Hello. Hi. How are y'all doing? Welcome. Look at that. Look at that poking stick. And Kobo angry with the poking stick. I actually don't know if Rivals of Aether is very intensive, no? Yeah, I actually didn't know that there's a Rivals of Aether's 2 demo until last night when Laveau is talking about that one. I was like, ooh, there's a demo for it. It's like, holy shit. I thought it's only like accessible to the early backers or something like that, but no, it's actually just a solid demo on Steam that you can just download anytime you want, I think. So yeah, gonna try it out. Of course, definitely. Also, I've been loving Ember Isle music. It's really good. I love Ember Isle. I'm still gonna play Ember Isle afterwards, definitely. I'm just gonna look at Rivals of Aether. I'm pretty sure, which is very sad, I'm pretty sure that I don't think I can find any matches online. Yeah, I don't think I can, honestly, because you know, being in Malaysia and shit, sad. And I think Rivals of Aether is very not very Southeast Asian game, I think. I think, let me rephrase that. Rivals of Aether, I don't think it's very well known around Southeast Asia. So it's gonna be hard to find like people with good ping unless I specifically tell a specific person that lives around Southeast Asia or around Asia area really to play the game, I guess. I mean, at least that's my experience with Rivals of Aether 1. You know, I tried to play online and then every single person I fought was like Australian, New Zealand, US, Europe. It's all like foreigners. And the ping I got is like always 200 plus, and then people just like run away because they saw the ping is like, no, fuck off, right? Which is understandable, right? Like, I don't want to play a platform fighter with 200 ping, like, holy shit. So yeah, it's very sad. But we'll see, maybe Rivals of Aether will prove me wrong. You never know. Your paws so fucking cute and be squished. You mean you wanna be squished by this? I can definitely... I mean, I'm kinda small though. This would probably just... I can't do much with this, honestly. I could squish a little bit, but just not... I'm too small. I'm probably just like bapping. The fact that the game makes you. I honestly love Rivals of Aether. I really do. But because of the one I mentioned just now, the online issue and no player base, so it just kind of makes me feel like it kind of makes me feel like very sad that I don't get to actually enjoy the game as much. Very sad, but it is what it is. You know, me in Malaysia and then playing a game that is not known around Southeast Asia. Understandable, honestly. I need to fish. Yeah, Rivals is only 2 gigabytes, it's not even that big. And granted, it's only a demo, right? Which I understand, so maybe that's why the game is small. And what I think Rivals of Aether 2, what I feel right now is the lack of Artemis is very sad, right? The lack of Artemis is very sad. Like, you know Artemis, the character from Dungeon of Aether, a dice rolling game, sort of, a dungeon crawler dice rolling game, roguelike adventure. That one. Artemis is hard as fuck. I used to sim for Artemis like very hard. Artemis, Dungeon of Aether. Let me see. Why is the picture so blurry? Oh, it's so small. Dungeon of Aether. Tools. Is it tools? Ah, size. I can press it. What the fuck? What's wrong with Google? What the hell? Google is being weird. I bet she won't be gone for very long once the game gets proper release. Yeah, hopefully. Honestly, I just want Artemis. If Artemis pops up in the game, I will 100% play the game for at least 200 hours. I shit you not, 200 hours. Just to master the way of Artemis. Like, I will. Bet you saw it a bonus character or DLC or even just a fan mods? Yeah, probably. I hope so too. Hi Violet. Oh my god, it's Nick. Hello. Oh, the mod scene in this game is as epic as well. Yeah, the mod scene in Rivals of Aether is pretty wild. You know, you have Ronald McDonald. When the modding scene has Ronald McDonald, you know the modding scene has peaked. So, yeah, that's how you know, actually. When you have anime Ronald McDonald, modding scene is very peak. So, this is Artemis in in Dungeons of Aether. It's a character that I love very much. She's just so fucking amazing. Like, how can you not love Artemis? I don't get it. Although, I did mention that when I saw the trailer of the game, Rivals of Aether 2, I was like, no Artemis is such a missed opportunity. Like, this is such a cool-ass character. You don't really see, like, a strong as fuck female character like this. Right? And also a lizard. Like, holy shit. I know there's, like, multiple female characters in the game already, in Rivals of Aether. I think at the back of my mind, I already know Maypole, Claire. But like, no Artemis? Like, shit, missed opportunity, man. But yeah, I honestly just hope that, you know, Artemis comes back. Oh yeah, and Fleet. Yeah, Fleet is in the game. Pixie's playing Rivals of Aether. I honestly, oh hi Ryuki, welcome. I love Rivals of Aether, but because I played Rivals of Aether 1 before, and then the online scene is just so bad because I'm in Malaysia. Everyone that I matched with have like 200 plus ping, and they either run away or they run away. So it's like I don't even get to play much. So sadly I dropped the game, but hopefully Rivals of Aether 2 can prove me wrong. You know, maybe it's a little bit more known around Asia area, because most of the people that I met in Rivals of Aether 1, it's like Australian, New Zealand, Europe, you know, and also like US area. It's just none from Asia. So the ping is always forever 200 plus, 250 plus, and people just see me as like, you know, they even ran away, right? All of them just pretty much just runs away, which is understandable. But there are some who went a little extra mile by dropping some harsh words to the room and then back out. You know, I met that so many times, and I know those are like the bad apples, but holy shit, why? You know, like, don't they know that I'm in Malaysia? Jesus. Like, I mean, of course they don't know, right? But dropping harsh word and then run away for having bad connection. They didn't even play, right? They didn't even play. They just like they just drop like something like fuck off and then just like runs away. Or like oh, I remember one. You know, they dropped like they said to me, and I remember very clearly, buy a better connection, you poor bitch. And then they fuck away. I was like, what? Don't you know the different continent is different ping towards different people? It's not like buying a better connection could help with like distance issues, but you know, it could maybe be a little bit better, but it would still be like 200 ping at best. I feel like, you know, even the best of connection cannot help with global distance. So I get it, but I also don't get it why the harsh words before they run away. Bad experience from Rivals of Aether 1, but the game itself is actually top tier. I love Snake Lady. What's the name again? Eliana? No, I forgot. Can I actually search for like? Okay, I'm not gonna show it. Snake Lady in Rivals of Aether. Eliana, yeah, my main. my main is Eliana in Rivals of Aether 1, and Eliana, I've been told, is the shittiest character in the game, and I was like, nah, I don't fucking care. I love this snake. I love this ambitious snake. And of course I'm gonna play her. I think the only good experience I have with Rivals of Aether 1 is... oh wait, is playing against my Kuching friend. If you know who it is, I played with Gravity for quite a bit. But that's pretty much it. And that's the only good experience I have with Rivals of Aether. Kinda sad, but it is what it is. I'm just gonna hope that Rivals of Aether 2 is probably gonna give me a slightly better chance of playing someone. I don't know. Here's hoping. Raster E61. Raster is pretty hard, but it's not as hard as Eliana. Personal preferences. Alright, personal preferences. Alright, anyway, let's try out some Rivals of Aether together. God, I wish there's Artemis in the game. I really do. I want to see what characters is in... what characters is in Rivals of Aether 2? Rester, Craig, Orkane, Claire, Fleet, That's Maypole, right? Yeah, Maypole. Rano. That's it? Oh, and Zeta Burn and Force Burn, I think. Let's play. Grab the controller and kick back. I have a Switch controller with me. Oh, Claren. I have the first one too if everyone want to play for fun together. I like Claren. I'm not so great at the game though. Oh, I'm pretty shit at platform fighters. Don't worry. But I think it's sort of fun, so I'm cool with getting a beat down. I think having a good experience is the most important thing, right? Like, I remember playing Guilty Gear Strive the first time and getting beat down for like 60.
Is a rival?
I didn't press start. What? I didn't press start. I was doing my thumbstick. My analog stick. Okay. It's just so... I'm pushing my analog stick and then it's suddenly like, nope, start, let's go. Screen shake, medium. Oh, that's weird. Team outlines, accessibility outlines. VSync disabled? Sure. I think I'm gonna set everything as like these. I think a full screen mode is good. Give me a second. I'm gonna do a game capture so that the game doesn't flash, so the screen doesn't flash too much. It looks just like the first one. I know! It's actually very, like, similar. I like it. What game considered as a button pressed during idle moments? Full screen, apply. There we go. I think the game is not tuned out, right? I'm gonna put it at... Okay, how do I set it down if I cannot press like any button? I cannot set it down. What the heck? Okay, 69. When setting a press any button, I always test if they mean literally any button. Oftentimes they don't. Yeah. Press this power button. Oh hi Ixon! Oh my god, it taken. Usually thumbstick all trigger buttons are left out. I know, right? New player guide. I don't need that. Do I need that? Is that like a training? Oh, it's very similar, yeah. Loxodon? Oh, that's a new character. Arcane Fleet. Force button. Okay, who do I want to main actually? I don't know. Oh, they show the time here. Cool, nice. I mean, Fleet looks like a zoner. Rasta looks like a rushdown. Fox? Oh, you mean Fleet? A lot of people like Fleet. I don't know who I want to play. There's no... Who do I play? Yeah, there's no Eliana here, which is kind of sad, but... I want to main one character because I'm very bad at this game. I just started. I don't know what to do. Forceburn looks like a very tricky character. I remember in one, Forceburn is like a smoke kind of character. Arcane was always fun. Arcane, very fun. Love how mobile Arcane is. Arcane's very mobile, yeah. A very tricky character too. Very adorable. I'm feeling Loxodon or Forceburn actually. Loxodon because I love hard-hitting characters. You know how much I love to rush people down. Forceburn just because of the scowl face actually. So one is sort of a game. One is I feel like gameplay should be like guard break or some shit like that, or the rushdown. One is because of aesthetic. So Napalm, hi. I tried to like Maypole, but I just couldn't understand how she works. Maypole seems too fast for me. Forceman, my beloved. I love Yims. Yeah, Yims are. Man, not gonna lie. Yims are pretty hot. I like them. Raster too, I have no control over his air movement. I used to main a little bit of Raster because I play Eliana in Rivals 1. Raster is a lot easier to play than Eliana. I can see why people hate on Eliana for being like the bad character, but I love Eliana for what she is. I main Eliana. She's fun. You know what, let's play Forceman. Alright, how do you play this game? What's why? Random skins? Contour? Rumble on? Air grab is Nair? I played Molo in Rivals 1, Eliana my beloved also. I forgot who Molo is. Gonna switch someone. Sure. Take your time. My brother played Ellie and Absa. Played Molo. Shit, who's Molo? I don't know much about Rivals of Aether, I'm sorry. Like, I want to love Rivals of Aether 1, but because, yeah, like I mentioned, being in Malaysia, Asia don't really play this game, so online is very bad. Oh wait, it's training. There's no like... Man, for a demo there's a lot of map and characters. Juice Veil? Wait, maybe Eliana might be back. Because Juice Veil is Eliana's stage, right? Ooh, I like Dojo. Oh god, I want my Eliana back. Is my PC dying? What can you do in solo without any character? So, okay, one thing I want to mention, that in terms of like movements in this game, I'm very bad at it. I usually just like I usually push my thumbstick towards the end. So it's hard for me to do this. Yeah, it's hard for me to do. So tilt attacks are very hard for me. High level. Hi Dragon. I actually didn't know about the demo until you were talking about it last night. I was like, there's a demo? Oh shit. So here I am. Thanks, Level. So one thing about multiple things about me with Rivals is that, I mean, I already talk a lot about Rivals. Haven't had a good experience with this game because of how bad the online experience is with Rivals of Aether 1. Asia, no people from Asia play this game, so the ping is always like 200 plus, so I don't really have to play. Triangle jump? That's weird. Wait, even I cannot see myself? What the fuck? What do I do with the smoke? Oh, I can suck in smoke, right? Praise the sun. If you wanna give a 1-on-1 a go, by the way, I'm a little down, no pressure up, no offer. Ooh. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing with this game, honestly. Like, yeah, dummy, okay. Beat up Rano, sure. I miss my girl Eliana. Hi Canine. Future roommate on your Discord for this game? That was quick. Wait, okay, so X is light? O is strong? Square is special? Oh, I'm so not used to this. I want... Okay, wait. I want to change jump. Okay. I think I can change it here. Fuck. Controls. Findings. Jump. Yes. Ooh, attack this one. Yes. Strong. Strong is this one. I like it. Special is this one. Okay. Grab. Shield. Oh yeah. Wait, there's shield now? Short hop, full hop. No, it's good. Adding one attack. Your change will not save on restart. Create a new tech save settings. Yes. Okay. My general game plan for playing platform fighters usually is just jump around and do airborne attacks usually. Oh, it's so weird to have shield in Rivals of Aether. Like, I remember playing online for a little bit and then people were like... People were insane with the parry. And then I didn't know that people can parry the 1-2 attack. Yeah, this is very reactable. I used to spam this like a scrub. But now you know that I can react to third hit. Parry to third hit. Yes, yes, yes. What's force burn? Force burns. What do you call it? Force burn kill. No, a general game plan. I don't know. I can suck in gas, I guess. What did I do with the gas, actually? Oh! This is what I mean by I don't know what to do with, like... I'm very bad with this kind of game, so... bear with me here. Oh! Oh, up doesn't jump! Oh, I can do up tilts very easily. Okay. So jump is only X. Okay. You know, when I was playing a little bit, I love to do this for no reason. It's like, yeah, I'm so good. But I'm actually not. I don't know what I'm doing. Wee. So by absorbing 3 smoke clouds, he powers up his moves or his specials. As for his smash attacks, you can press them again for him to use his deck as a follow-up. Oh, essentially a confirm. Oh wait, it's so hard to just walk. Wait, can you confirm or can you not confirm? Oh, you have to delay it. Wow. You cannot spam it. Yeah, you cannot spam. Okay, okay. So, yeah. Oh, even up. As for his smash attacks, you can press them again in front. In Enacted 1, it teaches you the character. Oh yeah, Rivals of Aether 1 is like very comprehensive tutorials and stuff, which is very nice. What specials do you have? Once you breathe in the smoke, you can instant smoke. What does that mean? Wait. Cannot control where I... Oh, initial. Okay, okay. Okay, so I cannot delay the button. Okay, okay, I see. Down smash wall or down special is stuck. They do have tutorials on the way for RA2, but they're not available for them. Oh yeah, that's very fair. It is demo. You're supposed to like get a feel for the game, not actually learn the game. I mean, you can learn the game, definitely. And then airborne moves. neutral air, forward air, up air, down air. Okay, this one is still here. Oh yeah, there's also back air, right? So you jump and then you... Oh, that's so weird. Oh, I'm so not used to platform fighters. Oh my god, I play too much like one-on-one 3D, 2D fighters, but not platform fighters. A baton with moves? Nah, it's okay. I'm not gonna go too wiki for now. I assume there's like a sweet spot hit for back air, question mark? I mean, that looks like a sweet spot. I think my general game plan is to just... Oh, a suck become explosion? Whoa, that hurt. So press the stun become explosion. Oh, that hurt, holy shit. 85%? The recovery in this game is a bit different from RA1. Ledge grabbing axis. Now you can still wall jump and everything usually, but you can wall jump after using an up special. Can I do... Sorry, what was that? Oh, there's no airborne parry now? Ooh, okay. No air grab? I mean, fair enough, aggro will be wild. Now, platform fighter, you grab and hold a press the direction, right? To do the attacks. Okay, okay. Oh, shield! Thank you. So, shield 1, okay. So, shield direction is to dodge. I remember doing this so much. This is so reactable. Or like, not reactable, but predictable sometimes when I do it. I remember mixing up the timing with the dirt hit as well. I don't know if it's like... Yeah, it's very delayable. Okay, how... That's... Woo! Oh, you can walk... Yeah, okay. Wall jump once for every character, right? So yeah. And then dodge, and then... And no. Special. Special is A. No, O. O. Okay, so after that you can still do that. That's nice. Is he gonna do... Jesus, holy shit. Well, I think one thing about the smoke is kind of funny though. Even I cannot see myself. I would be so confused. A while dashing or running. A while dashing or running. Oh, there's... I mean... What the fuck? Oh, did I just throw myself? Wait a minute. Yo, that's cool. I can confuse the fuck out of everyone. And myself. How do you do that? How do you do that? Oh yeah, tilt attacks, of course. Tilt attacks are hard, man. Suck the smoke. Which was the real one? Joke question, both can fuck you up, and myself. Oh wait, come here, throw me again. That's gonna be so confusing. To me. I don't know what I'm doing. Yo, let's go. I love this game already. Oh! Okay, you know what? I don't even need practice. Fuck this. Let's, have you played Creatures of Aether? If yes, please log into an... Wait, isn't Creature of Aether is like... the phone game? I used to play it a lot. If yes, please log into your existing account. If not, please create a new Aether account. I think I have that. Oh, no, don't look at my private... Don't look at my private thing. Fight instead. Wait for me. I love Creatures of Aether. It's fun. Shit. Is it? Invalid. I don't even remember my own password. Couldn't retrieve player profile? Excuse me? Wait, that was the... what do you mean? Do I have to create a new account? Self-sabotage the best way? I know, right? I'm gonna head off for now and do errands. We'll be driving around town. Oh yeah. Good luck doing errands. Thanks for stopping by. Creatures of Aether is a phone game. Have fun? I will, thank you. What happened? I cannot get my profile, it says. Oh no, I got it. It says construction. Can I sort of change it somehow? Player tag. Ooh. Okay. I got it working. What if I look at account details? Am I gonna dox myself? No, I'm scared. Don't look at my account details. Show email? Oh, okay. Don't do that. I cannot change my name. I have to use my name. I have to use my like old name. I mean, I still use the name, but ranked matchmaking lobbies. You can't really play ranked in Rivals demo. Crazy. Regional preferences. Jakarta. Saya bukan orang Jakarta. Apa kamu buat ni? Oh, closest. Okay, closest. Okay, closest server. I see. Osaka, Japan East. Look at that. Look at the ping. Sao Paulo is 400. Let's go. Damn, this is what I get for living in Malaysia. Australia is 151? I mean, Jakarta, Osaka, Japan East is also fine. Right? They got rank you right out the gate. That's crazy. Okay, nah, I mean... Let's see how long this takes. What the fuck? Does that mean I already found someone? Oh. I don't know how to play this game. Time to get killed. Oh, I got the wrong key. Fine. Shit, I forgot the keybind. This guy's good. I mean, if I don't know what I'm doing as well. How do I ready up? Oh, okay, okay. Wait, let me change my keys again. I'm sorry. Give me a second. My things. Wait, how do I change my play attack? There, okay. Oh, I get to pick stage? Ooh, I like this one. Oh shit. Ooh. That was lucky. Good shit. How the snakes bi-weekly small flex? Changing assertion patch? Ooh. Is this game essentially Smash Bros? Looks like it, yeah. Placements? The game proved me wrong. Shit, I immediately got someone with less than 50 ping? Holy shit. Let's go. Immediate just now, that was crazy. Please prove me wrong more, game. Prove me wrong. I would love that very much. I'll play a few like online matches if I can. And then if you're okay with that level, I do want to try some matches with you. You're from around Europe area, right? If I remember correctly. In the same genre as Smash Bros, yeah, but with a higher focus on competitive depth. UK? Oh, yeah, UK looks like it's about torrent ping. If you wanna try that, I mean, I don't... I would love that. 五大 Delta. I forgot to change my tag, did I? Shit. Oh, it remains. Shoot button, not parry. Oh, not R1, R2, R2, not 1. Pairing. Ooh, that was neat.
You won't get in my way.
This is very expected, right? Oh, I get to pick the stage? I like this one. Jesus. No, R1. I'm so used to pressing R1 on that. Jesus. Oh, no R1. Oh, no A. The returning characters are very similar to their old counterparts, and the genre is filled with people who really know how to
You
play
won't
the
get
game.
in my way.
I get my ass kicked on the regular. Thankfully, the fundamentals aren't too hard to learn with a bit of effort. Yeah, true. Although it does feel like shit getting beat up like that, but it's uh the nature of fighting games, right? It's gonna be like one people getting beat up and one people wins, you know? So I just need to get used to this feeling and I can keep going. It kind of reminds me of me playing Guilty Gear Strive for the first time and then me playing online and then just getting beat up for 69 rounds straight. Very nice. Like, I shit you not, I was playing with someone and they are really good at the game. And I was like, sure, let's play. And then they beat me 69 rounds straight, non-stop. I do feel very terrible at it, you know, like, oh, I will never get good at the game, those kind of feeling. But then it's like, nah, it's fighting game. They play the game for like so long and I just started. If I beat them, they should feel bad. Right? You know, you know what I mean? Yeah. Once you get your muscle memory logged in for recovery matches, you'll be a lot closer. Yeah, the recovery, I think I died on recovery way too much. I keep pressing R1 for some reason. R1 is air dodge for 1, I think, for Rivals of Aether 1. My god, look at the ping! Holy shit, this is the best thing ever. Dude, I can just play this game! What the... Oh, hello. I didn't say hello, I'm sorry! Choose one. You are Avid. I thought you were the other person? No, I'm the smoke person. Jesus fucking Christ. You got too ambitious. Fucking Christ, man. Ooh, nice. Oh, Jesus. There is no chance. I want Juice Bell. I want Eliana to be back. Give me Eliana. Hey, next grip. Hey, next grip. Nice. Oh, another one. Oh, I should dodge first. Right. R2 first before anything. Right. That was very obvious. We both spot dodge, let's go. Good plan, I did. Nice, good shit. So to tech grab, I think it's to press grab at the same time, question mark? That could be it. Alright, one more round. One more placement, because it's 4 placements, and let's try the one-on-one. At least I'm doing good with the recovery now. Remember, I can R2 first before pressing the up special, I think? I can air dodge. Oh, apa ini? I say 160 ping. Immediately ban arcane stage. Merchant port. So mean. Alright, juice where it is. Being licked. What was that? Not enough. Grab. should be staying at the water bottle. The delay. That was clean. Recovery, got him. Recovery? Oh, I... Get raid. Got him. Finally! Wow! First win around someone my level. Crazy. Oh, what? Maybe it's too laggy for them? Question mark. Hey, nice. We take those, right? Okay, and be like bite. Damn, Orchid is still so cute. 968, so close. We can get 969. We take our first win. Let me try creating a law copy code? Region override. Can I just ignore region override and just be like, if I put the code in the chat? I think that's a good idea, right? I don't know how this is gonna work. Like, do I need to override region for that? Okay, just join immediately? Question mark? I don't know. Oh, look at you. So do I queue lobby? It's Lavon. Oh my god, I'm gonna get beat up by dragon. Let's go. Alright, I queued the lobby. I want to see what ping this is, because just now it was like... Hi Evie. Just now there was 190 something, and it was like... To be honest, it was kind of okay. Right? It was kind of okay, to be honest. Okay, now we're at 200. Oh shit. You can play your main, Beat me up. Beat me up. I can take it. It's all good, don't worry about it. Lobby versus... You know, I'm gonna choose Juiceville because I want my girl Eliana back. Oh, your main is Maple? Ooh. Ooh, an edge guard. Oh, I missed the ledge. I missed the ledge. Oh, good. Oh, you can tag? Once you touch the ground? I actually don't even know which one's in. Ooh, the edge guard's scary. Stupider ping than Smash? I don't know about Smash's situation. But I believe that. Oh, I'm level 1. I'm so good. Alright, I'm just gonna go random. Out there. No, this is demo only. Out there lah. Ooh, that edge guard is scary. Oh, it's not tech grab by pressing grab together. Dodge, recovery, maybe? Oh. Did I just bully your fine? Oh, down dodge is spot dodge, okay. Dodge, recovery. Oh, I was facing the wrong way. I almost got you though.
That's a wrap.
Smash online? Smash everyone? I mean, I'm being smashed by a dragon. Am I even gonna complain? No. Holy shit! This is like the best thing ever. Hello. Almost got one of them. Yeah. I'm learning. I need to smoke him up. I don't know where I am. Oh, my face is show. Ooh. Second. Oh, I was in the wrong way. Recovery? Maybe? Ooh, nice. The timing. Don't know how to do the edge guard. Ooh. Smoke him up. Smoke him up. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, that works. Not yet. Jump. 8. Oh, not long enough. There was one on my third stock. I feel like I've been spared. There was one situation I feel like I've been spared. Let's go. See, the thing is, if I get one out of here, I'll take it. You know, that's a win in my book. I got the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Oops. Ooh, spot touch. Oh, that extra skill is so scary. I aimed the wrong way. Oh wait, I was looking. I told you, man. I did that skill is gonna be the worst of me. I was looking at the wrong force burn. Oh my god. Oh shit. I told you it's gonna happen, man. I went into the smoke and then it mixed me up instead. Oh my god. I love this game. Holy shit. Smoke him up. No. Oh. I got planned. No, why are you trying to get him? Why are you trying to grab me? Come here. Oh! Oh, I'm on the jump. Okay. I just tanked. Oh, that hits up? Oh! Ooh, nice, that kills. That was actually... Chill, chill, chill. Oh man, I need to have better control of my character. First thing of business, right? Try to have better control of my character. I hope you're okay with me just like, you know, being like this with the game. I see me a Titan. By the way, okay, good. Thank you. Not having fun? Oh yeah, I totally am. It's the nature of a fighting game. You know, there's wins, there's losses. It's really normal. Don't worry, I can take it. Oh, the schmicks. Oh, the schmicks. Explosion. Ow. Hora, hi. Give me a second. Let me get beat up by a dragon real quick. Ooh, what a recovery. Thank you, Cora. Oh, ooh, that's dumb. Getting a raid message. It's all good. Welcome in, Raiders. Okay, I'm doing good. I'm my first time trying out this Rivals of Aether. Alright, so I'm pretty bad in the game. I'm the fourth one, by the way. Another one. Oh! House Rivals 2? Very fun. I got my placement ranked at 968, and now I'm playing against the bull. No. No. Look at this stamp. Oh. Oh. Not dead yet. No. Oh, that was so scary. Oh, I got one. I win this whole game. Oh wait, I pressed the wrong button. No, it's not triangle. It's oh, good shit. And the voice being merciless, I see. It's all good. It's fighting game. I'd rather play for real than someone putting on water for me. Feng Shui. I don't know how to say it. But hi, Cora. Welcome in. How was everything? What were you playing? Oh, Dark Souls? Oh shit. Dark Souls Remastered. How was it? Did you get any kills or like any progression? Never really played Dark Souls Remastered. I think the only Dark Souls experience I have is Dark Souls 3. That's it. Hopefully it was fun, Cora. Thanks for the raid. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons a bit, and I do art on some Mondays. Welcome. I'm a dragon. I'm not allowed to sandbag. I mean, I'm getting sandbagged, right? It's good trying a demo for a game that was just shapes except Lego, which was pretty good, but then spent the rest of the stream playing Dark Souls. Beat a few big bosses towards the end. Nice. Beans. I want mega beans. If it works, it works. Sandbagging means going easy on the opponent. Oh, no. Don't go easy on me, please. Like, if I want to know a game, beat the shit out of me so that I know how the game works. That's how I love to learn the game. It may feel like, oh god, I feel terrible. At first, I will, but then it's like, nah, it's the nature of the game. It's like, yeah, I'm having fun again. Oh, good. I'm okay with this. Goals are fun when it comes to. Oh no, Evie, no, no. I may no. Harry? Smoke it up! Breathe in! Don't smoke, kids! Oh, nice. Oh, that should be very dangerous, right? For you, I mean. Almost hit a good beat. Oh, good movement. I almost went into it. Jump. Oh, recovery. Yeah. Oh, I read you. Let's go. I mean, I think that's a read and a half. I think maybe. Nice. Ooh, nice. Smoke it up. I love smoking. I sure don't. Don't smoke, kids. Oh. Oh, good read. Oh, I messed up. I'm sorry. Oh. Nice. The aim. No. I'm surviving. I'm still alive. Oh, good stuff. Oh, fire. Ooh. I'll do it again. Yeah, that's very dangerous. It's a good get off me move, but to do it constantly is very dangerous. Oh. The grip. Ah. Extend your arm just 2 cm longer. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. I feel like I have a chance to get your Zeta burn. Well, small chance, but still. Hi, Jade. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. If, you know, thanks for the raid again, Cora. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do it. Very important.
Hello.
Not a kid, so I should smoke.
And welcome.
I mean, if you're not a kid, then it's definitely entirely up to you. Don't. I don't want it. Yeah, don't do that. That was being too obvious. Ooh, this map is small. Yeah. Smoke it up. Breathe in that smoke. Oh. Ow. Oh, I can dodge first. I can dodge first. Gonna go eat with a nice stream. Thank you, Tia. Also, thanks for the follow. Appreciate. We take those. Oh! Oh, you... I saved you. Well, I mean, not really. I mean, I'm already like so too low now. Yep. Oh, yep. Hello, even. Hello, Shalafi. Hi. Welcome. Thanks to the one, I need to redo all my combos and try try and include Arcane's back air.
And welcome.
I remember you guys were talking about Arcane's kill move being back air instead, or something else. I don't know. I don't play much Rivals. And now I can because of Recapitulated Paranoia. Hi. Yep. That just like... That was kinda cool. I'm being ambitious. Oh, you can parry grab? Oh. Nice. I was trying to smoke it up. Oh, nice. Ooh, the damage. Oh, I thought I was ledge grabbing. That was accidentally cool. Okay. Oh, the delay. On the grab, not me. Oh, what'd I do? I tried to be cheeky with it. Oh! Ooh, that kills. He's too unorthodox for me, but he's silly and fun. Oh, you mean Arcane? I don't know, I'm still waiting for... I'm waiting for Eliana for obvious reasons, because I love snakes! You're just gonna watch the puddles and not greed? At all? Greed? Oh, don't be greedy, you mean? Oh, we take those. We take those. Let's go. What the fuck? There's no way I actually take that. There's no fucking way. Oh, nice. Smoke it up. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Did they just sit behind? We take those. The aim. Let's grab. Let's grab. Oh, that was too obvious. Oh, nice. That was too obvious. That was too obvious. Hey, I teched one edge guard. Totally intentional. Definitely not me pressing the wrong button. But we take those. Insert Kobo, please. I mean, don't eat Kobo. Don't eat Kobo. We'll confirm this. Ooh. Oh my god, I got so lucky. No. Oh, downward aim? Oh shit, what a combo, nice. Oh, that kills? Wow, holy shit. Obvious. I'm not tall enough. Dodge first, dodge first. I need to work on my recovery more. But I think I'm sort of at least getting the using the jump and also the A. to recover. I think that's a nice improvement. I'll take it. I'll take it. Same was trying to distract me all match. I was going to call it a successful 2v1. Yes, good. Thank you. Thank you, Sammy. Oh, thank you, Cartographics. This is a true 2v1. A long distance 2v1. I appreciate the help. Hell yeah. The aim on that one. Aim. Smoke! I tried. Oh, nice. Smoke it up. Okay. The crap. Oh, nice, the Ed card. Oh, yeah, I pressed on button. I'm not dead yet. Oh, too much being obvious towards the end. That was good. Hi, Muffin. Oh, I've been pet. Oh my god. I was sweaty right there. I'm sweating. I'm playing sweat. Yeah, I almost did it. With the I need to put smoke 'em up as the primary. Oh, oops, sorry, press wrong button. Smoke 'em up as the primary strategy for the fight, because that down special is really good. I just need to suck 3 smokes and that's pretty much it. Smoke 'em up! Oh, I spent. That was me just spamming. I need that smoke. Oh, you. Attack. The crab. Maybe? Oh, that was so close. And just cheat. Oh. Almost. Nice. The range. No, wait. Suck immediately. I thought I was onto something there. Good touch. Too obvious. Ooh, good reads. Okay, smoking is one thing. I cannot just put smoking as first thing always. But I think sucking smoke is a good idea. I think I'll use the self-destruct as like a key. Shock being like this. That's pro gamer. That was obvious. Nice. Oh, you stole my ledge! You can do that. Okay, okay. Smoke. One. Smoke. That was obvious. I should have jumped. I got so lucky. Oh! Wait, I'm stuck in there. Not yet. Explosion. Explode. Oh! Oh. That was off. Oh, that was good. No, no, no. I confirmed the wrong button. Smoke. 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 Still alive. I've been ah, that was oh nice. Good shit. And Centipede is a heavy character, right? Or maybe I'm just not using the Q move as much. I'm level 2 now, look at me. I'm so good. Hey Muffin, has anyone told you that smoking is bad for you? Not smoking is bad. Oh, Centipede is medium, so only Craig and Loxodon is heavy then. I forgot the DI also level DI perfectly. Oh, Mitch. Craig and Loxodon, okay. That's fair, that's fair. Force burn is medium? Oh. No, don't praise the sun. Don't praise the sun. It's not yet. It's not that time. Good charge. I love how there's like occasional jab check. Smoke it up. Wait. Expo. Okay. Ah, edge guard. Ooh. Oh, that move is still so scary. Can't face the Kobo instead. The Kobo is good snack, much tasty, super wow. What? Don't eat Kobo. Good girl is gonna call Kobo a good girl. Good killception. Oh goodness. It's good girl indeed. You're not gonna take it, right? Especially what I've been going through this month. Oh my god. I think I excels at big maps because I love moving around so much. Oh. That was obvious. Oh. That was almost catastrophic for you. Wait, don't press the sun. Oh, my jump was still obvious. Good job. Oh, I spammed. I spammed again. Wait, is a spin to win good? I feel it's kinda good though. Yeah. Oh, Zetterburn has it as well. Yeah. Spin to win. Oh. Wow, you can combo all of it. Wait. Did I just counter that? God damn, that was cool. Oh, ooh, no. Oh, that was, I don't know what that is. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh, what an aim. Good shit. And at least get a kill, you know? No. I did the delay. Explosion. Smoke it up. Ooh, what an end. Shipping me with caution is cheating on legs. Oh, you know, someone stop me. What I learned, that spin to win move. This is gonna be my last game that needs. Oh yeah. I understand. I just appreciate you playing with me, definitely. Imagine sleeping. For realsies? Let's do it. Nice. Your knife is slightly longer. That'll be nice. Wait, the backstab. No, I don't wanna. Jump. We take those. But don't press the sun. Don't press the sun. Now it's not the time yet. Ooh. Yeah, hits back. Hits back. Ooh, good read. My ledge. Mean. Good shit, good shit. The voice cute, very. Not being like Brave Birds and playing Rivals 2 19 hours a day. No! Sleep good, sleep important. Thanks for playing, Level. That was nice. I think I learned something. Alright? Good games? Good. Wonderful games, actually. Thank you. Thank you. I almost got a match earlier. I think I feel pretty accomplished. Actually, very accomplished. GG's, very nice, very nice. The recovery's got a lot better. You were getting better at comboing and such too. I think I got from running attack into down strong seems like a good starting point. It's kind of hard to react to jump spin into down strong. Kind of. It's kind of hard, but I was sort of improvising a little bit, and it kind of works. Towards the end, I sort of try to like do the thing. Yeah, it takes time. I'm still at my sort of experimental timeline. But honestly though, like the game proved me wrong. You were trying for down strong is a Q move a lot too, which is Forceman's easiest Q move in my opinion. Yes, I know this too. Down strong makes them fly, and I like that. There's also back air, which I have been trying to do, like dash forward, hold back, dash forward, tap back, jump, hold forward again, so that I can jump with forward momentum and then do the back air, something like that. I learned that from Rivals of Aether 1, and it seems to be still here too. Yeah, picking up the character pretty quick. It's good. Trying to use smoke a lot too. It's very good. Yeah, I know this is like I know I'm mixing myself with smoke, but I can see why I cannot see myself, because I can sort of see where I'm going with my inputs. So I'm not actually mixing myself too much. I'm actually mixing my opponent like crazy, actually. They have no idea where I am. I have some idea where I am. So I think, the smoke good. Except for the first few rounds where I just sort of look at the wrong force button and it just like falls down. Better make mistakes and learn than build a habit of never using it. Yeah, right? Like, if that's the character's gimmick, why not use it, right? Each character, I'm pretty sure, has their own gimmick. You know, like Craig has rock, Raster has wind, Loxodon, I don't know, never played it before. Yeah, and then Eliana is like have the mecha, and then you can like fly jump, so you can. Eliana to me is like, I love up air, so that I can just like sort of up air and then fly, up air and then fly. You can hover with the robot, and so it's like up air, boop 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 boop. And when they're at the air until they die, it's like, yeah, it's kind of fun. I know Raster can sort of do similar stuff with 5 jumps, I think, or 3 jumps. I don't remember how many Raster has, but fun, right? Fun. I cannot wait for either Artemis or Eliana. Once those characters drop, I think I'm gonna play this game for like at least 400 hours. For now, there's no. I'm gonna boop the Kobo. I'm gonna boop the Kobo. I've been boop. Many boops. Oh, Olympia is also cool. Olympia is the rat with crystal powers, right? Yeah, punchy rat. Very cool character. I love that one as well. So many boops. Okay, when my bappers actually get boops as well. Let's play one ranked and see how much I learned. Actually, wait. Regional preferences. Let me try this one. How does it feel to play with like 29 ping or something? To be honest, when I was playing ranked with those less than 50 ping, it feels like I'm playing offline. Yeah, I mean, they use Jakarta's server. I mean, that's fair, I guess. It's India, and I think that's pretty close to Malaysia. So that's why I get like 50 something ping. So yeah lah, Jakarta though. The robot is crazy good. I was playing at 200 ping with you, and I can sort of still react to some of the confirm moves that I can do. You know, like the cape swing and then the knife afterwards. I can confirm that. Crazy. So yeah, rollback is crazy good. Is very yeah. Imagining confirming in 200 ping. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's get Osaka and Japan East. I mean, it's Saturday too, so it should be a lot easier to find matches, I think. I'm glad to be proven wrong just now with the game. Immediately got someone with less than 50 ping. It's like, destroying rollback real quick by biting the tail. Where? Can we not have good things? There we go, we got the match. That's a cable. Nexus? Am I playing against Nexus? D Nexus? Oh, they ran away. Did that just lost my rank? I just lost points for that. Put us on the server that's a little more between us and it'll be super plain. Yeah, like between us, right? UK, Malaysia, between should be like... 中间有什么? Japan? Maybe? My geography failed. Free Elo? What's an Elo? Weird. That was like my region put in. Region put it Japan and Jakarta, and I got 250 ping something. Ooh, let's go. Golai Delta? No? I cannot see what you choose. Oh, ranking number. Okay, okay. Did I just get ranking number or do I lose ranking number? I actually don't know. I thought I was 968. Getting clapped. Too far? Ooh. I almost got clapped. That was good read. confirm that. Woo! Almost got the sweet spot. Ah, good shit. That was nice, that was nice. So many Dergs, so climbable. I also want to climb Dergs.
Easy.
I wanna climb Derg. Oh, they're banning, okay. I still like this stage, but let's go here. So climbable. Hi, Nexus. Don't push the sun. Oh, I'm on the jump. I still haven't touched the ground yet. Haha, second hit. Nice. Too far. Good shit. That was obvious. I tried. I'm out of jump. Oh, I didn't notice I was out of jump. Good shit. Oh god, I think I'm having fun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Too easy.
Yo, good shit. Voice Kobo on himself and lines. All the directs are basically over the one by. What does the percentage mean? I have no idea actually. Shit. I mean, if this is like the ping that I'm gonna get all the time, then, or like, not, let's not say all the time. That's very unrealistic, I would say, right? Like, let's say most of the time, you know, and wow, this I can enjoy Rivals of Aether. Holy shit! Actually, holy shit! Oh my god! And never in my life would I thought. Oh, it's the same guy. Let's go. Let's go. Run back. Run back. Good block. Ooh, the jump back. They know what I'm trying to do. Ooh, beautiful. Goddamn. They almost got it. Oh, they know about stealing the ledge. Nice. Woo. I I'm out of jump, I'm out of jump. Nice. So good.
Too easy.
Okay, they ban 2 stage, and then I shoot. Yeah, I like the stage. Music is hype too. Nice. Don't press the sun. Nice. Nice. Oh, what happened? Ooh. Oh, what happened? My PC cannot handle that game, sorry. Okay. I'm out of jump! Ah, I'm out of jump! I didn't notice. Good stuff. Damn, when I know what I'm doing, this game is getting more fun and fun. What?
Too easy.
Oh shit! Oh no! I mean, oh yes, of course, holy shit! Well, I'm... Oh, fuck. Sorry. I'm actually gonna take a small break because I feel like... You know what I feel like? Coffee kicking in. uh, I'll say no more than that, alright? But man, this game is actually fun as fuck. I'm gonna go take a small break. In the meantime, we all can listen to... The fuck is this? More Amber Isle music. Let me mute the game real quick, alright? There we go. Okay. Alright, while we guys listen to this, I'm gonna take a small break at the toilet. I'll be right back real quick, alright? Yeah, oh god. I'll be right back. Hamada yip. I'm Beku. Of course, the break screen is a D. It has to be a D because a D is adorable as heck. Seems everyone playing this game loves a D. I didn't know why Science Bond happened. I think not only a D is cute, a D is like just so devoted to Orb Corp. A D is like way too nice. A D has infinite patience. I think a D in general is just like good. Hi Huskable. What's this animation? Amber Isle from YouTube. I'm gonna play a little bit more of Rivals of Aether too. You're a Kobo? I might be. Kobo's recent obsession? True. Is it not Bob Caparos or Caparos? Oh my god, wait, Caparos is so HD and then Kappa is so pixelated? Wow. Caparos. Alright, let's get back to play some more the Rivals of Aether. Yeah, more Rivals of Aether. There we go. I said there we go, why is there Gibby? Whoa. More Rivals of Aether. Rivals of Aether is nice. Feels good to play Rivals of Aether with good ping. I mean, even if it's like 200 ping, I don't feel too bad. Right? Like, I was playing with Laveau and then I had like 200 ping plus. It honestly doesn't feel too... boop. It actually doesn't feel too bad. Like... The thing is, yes, there is some input delay, I get it, but there are some like I can still confirm into something, and I think that says a lot, right? That says a lot about the netcode in this game. It's amazing. How much ping ping? Saturatus. What's your ping, brother? Match cancelled, not all players connected successfully. Wow. Did I lost point for that? Kopo, hi Sana. It is time to no. I don't want no. No. Kobo doesn't want to get nom. Unless you're a plushie, then that's a different story. I will say this again and again. Plushie nom, good. Plushie TF moment? I mean, if you are a plushie, and then inside Dragon is like a comfy bedroom, then oh yeah, real. Or a hey, wait. Who's Polly? I don't know about Adi though. Wahoo! Fish with Murp is not present. Oh, Poppy! holy Jesus, 9 ping? Jesus, this guy's good. 9 ping. Damn, what a read. Good shit. Ooh. Nice. Nice. This guy is strong as fuck. Bye. Hi, AC. This looks fun. Yeah, this looks fun as heck. And with like no lag at all, even better. Did they not want to play? Did they think that I suck? Okay. Ethernet to the server. Yeah, I'm extremely not biased, I know. too early. We take those. I guess it's worth it for them. Damn. Got destroyed. This guy is way too good. Fighting this guy feels like I had no chance at all, so it's kind of bad. You know that feeling when the skill level is too much and then I don't stand a chance? I think that is a little bit eh. I think 9 ping, that was like, that one must be around, that person has to be around this area, I feel like. 9 ping, and I got 11 ping. Maybe we're actually literally just like, maybe we're just in neighborhood. Because 9 and 11 ping is, oh shit, sorry, not intentional, but you know, 9 ping and my ping is 11. Okay, like spread it out. It's like crazy. You're that guy in Tekken? No, I'm not. I'm not even that good at Tekken. I got destroyed most of the time. Why did I get 100 ping? If you don't mind, we can play. Let's go. Dojo. Mirror? I pressed wrong button. I'm trying to do. Oh, nice. What the hell? A horny burger. Hi. Horseman's so sick. I mean, if you sniff too much smoke, you're gonna get sick. Yeah. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Horseman's pretty sick. I like it. Oh, they left. Okay. I was literally playing at 155 ping, and then they're playing at 20 ping. Okay. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Who's the real Forsman? I don't know. Maybe I am, because I won that one. Hi, Zuri. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. That person just now was like really active, like super active with the movements, but it feels like they are panic buttoning a lot. It's the first time I feel like someone is more panicky than I am. 100 ping, alright. What's yours? What's yours? Goop shoop. Nice name, nice name. Show me a ping, show me a ping. Alright, fair enough, right? We can play, we can play. I respect that, I respect that. Ban 2 stages. I don't want that. Ping rolls. Yeah, I'm used to it. In Malaysia, playing like this game, playing games like these, I'm probably gonna get like at least 100 ping most of the time, so it's okay. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Ah, that was stupid. Good read. You can lose. Oh, hi, Merp. Welcome, welcome, Merp. Steve Merp from Jade. I know I only know how to play one character, so I'm sorry. Well, know how to play a one character is kind of a stretch. I just started playing this game. I get to pick. Ooh. Ooh, I still like this one. Oh, wow. Ooh. Damn, what a lick. Ooh, nice. That was sweet spot. Ooh. I get looked at left and right. I just woke up, look at my phone, so treasuring and make a line turn on my PC. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. I mean, of course, like sleep is good. Lens Kobo coin. Can it be the most of your attacks at very low range? I don't know actually. I mean, I feel like when Rano lands a hit when I had like 0%, and then it's like it's guaranteed 50%. I just don't know, like, I don't know if I can. I don't know if there's like a counterplay to when I get hit by Rano. The double kick seems like it lands me in like a weird place where I cannot have any defensive option that I can sort of avoid being hit again and again. But then again, it just might be my limited knowledge. I have no idea actually. Look at me, there you miss a lot of attacks. I think that was me also trying to like fish off some attacks as well. Alright, I'm 91 ping. I'm okay, I can play. I'm okay playing 100 ping. Ooh, first lockdown. Let's go. Okay. Yes, pet merp. Merp good. Merp cute. Am I? No, I'm not. Fancy stages? Juiceville? Juiceville, maybe? Oh, merchant part. That's fair. Wow. Oh, damn combos. Oh, jeez. Holy shit, that was beautiful. Ooh. Nice read. Nice. Got him. Got him. Is that a real combo? Good read. Oh, that was beautiful. Huge read on that one.
You don't deserve power.
Why does it take so long for them to just press the next round? Do they not want to play? Hello? I guess you have to wait until the last second. It's gonna snow today? Oh shit. Tonight? Ooh, changing characters, okay. Yay, snow! Oh, you banned Juice Veil? that kills. Oh, I walked into it. That was stupid. Maple has no recovery?
You have been deceived.
They were trying to edge guard me, but then they missed they missed it. Because they didn't expect that I'm gonna save the jump towards the very end. That man doesn't play Maple? Maple is amazing recovery? Okay, yeah, then that man probably doesn't play Maple. Maybe they're experimenting, I don't know. You did themselves into oblivion? Okay. The good part about Snow is that it's so white that anything that isn't white can look black at first glance, and Mer can blend with that. Snow is overrated. Hi, J. Placey. I do not read that name, I'm sorry. But hi, welcome in. I missed that chat. I appreciate the anxiety of driving in it. Oh, there we go. There. Pick one stage, buddy. If Snow wouldn't exist, Seymour we'll never be able to shoot that many. Ooh, the range on that. Oh my god. Open. Good read. Ooh! Damn, nice. Got him! Let's go!
You have been deceived.
There was a Finnish sniper during World War II in the Winter War between Finland and the Soviet Union. It was estimated that he shot about 500 Soviet soldiers. He didn't even use a scope in the rifle since the reflection could reveal his position. Oh wow! You caught Borgar? I think that's our second win of the day, actually. Second win, oh my god! Am I trying to build a car? He was later nicknamed the White Death. Whoa. Wait, isn't the White Death Dragunov? So is Dragunov based off of Seymour... Ho? Sorry, I cannot read that. He might be, yeah, I mean... Dragunov also have the name... The White Angel of Death, something like that. I mean, the Angel of is for Dragunov, I guess, because, you know, it cannot be exactly the same. So, probably, I don't know. I couldn't say for sure, to be honest. Yeah, I'm having wonderful matches. This is crazy. Like, good match, good ping. Good ping is all I ask for. Like, I think anything that's less than 150 is good ping in my opinion. Anything that's less than 150. Alright, I'm 100 ping, you're 18, let's play. We got this. Let's go. We got the game! In Dragunov's case, am I because he's extremely pale? Probably. Juice fail, let's go. I stole the ledge by mistake. I didn't mean to steal your ledge, I'm sorry. Wait, I made a mistake. Oh, good read. I don't know if that's the same Craig. Probably not. Sorry for winning Kobo moment. I'm sorry, I'm just not used to doing that. Oops. Oh, I think that. Wow, 15 gems? Holy shit. I want this stage. Nice. Smicks. Oh, nice. Stole my ledge. What happened? Good read. Ow. That's so mean, buddy. Nice, good read. I used up all the jumps and stuff. That was a really good edge guard. Holy shit! That rock? Woo. They know what they're doing. That's crazy. That's the strongest fuck, Craig. I mean, to be fair, everyone in this game I played against is like mega strong. It feels like I'm the mega baby in this game currently. He's an early supporter. Oh well, I mean, okay. Oh, then I got to like the last pixelated skins are exclusive to early supporters. Wow, shit! I fought against a player like that, and then I can sort of defend myself against them. Whoa! I mean, I'll take that as a huge win. Then I didn't know. Holy shit! Oh my god! Feels like Craig is both very popular in the rough matchup for Raccoony. On the ping, let's go. I'm okay with that. Orkin. You have your homeland. Oh, you didn't choose your homeland? Oh, I did not button. Give me a second. Ito Akami. Hi. Welcome. No, I keep messing up the thing. Ito Akami. Thank you. It's a good arcane. You verify at the start. Hit down your brain scan. Yeah. This arcane is strong as fuck. I don't know what to do. With my 3 hours of experience, I don't know what to do against this arcane. Thank you. Wait, sorry, I'm I'm still sort of trying to get my oh my god. No, you stole my lich. Next. Nice! Ooh, what a sniper. Go! Let's go! Damn, I was sweating my balls. Holy shit.
You have been deceived.
Let's go. I was sweating balls that run. What the fuck? Oh, you changed to Craig. Goddamn. Alright, pick a stage. Good sweat. Also, thanks for Ito Okami. I didn't shout you out yet. I'm sorry. Still, I don't know what you played. Whatever you played, tell me about it, right? I hope you had fun with your stream, and also welcome in all the raiders. Thanks again for the raid. That feels guaranteed. Did I just become rock? Oh, I teleported the wrong way. Man, they have multiple character knowledge and I only have one? Shit. Good stuff though. Thanks for the raid again, Ito Akami. Sorry about that. I was in the middle of a little bit of a sweat there while we were playing. Oh, you're also playing Rival. Oh, yo, let's go. How was it? Whoa, I just kind of started playing this game. I don't know. Who do you play? I know, but I still hope you had fun, because I am actually having fun, despite me being beat up like crazy. I mean, in a way, it is the like I mentioned, it's just the nature of fighting games. Win, loss, you know, it's there. I mean, this is 100% Rivals 1 player. Yeah, definitely. I enjoy playing Fleet. They're a bit tricky, but I like their moveset. I used to play a little bit of Eliana on Rivals 1, but that's like, I don't know, about 10 hours I think in Rivals. I'm not too sure, but I never played online Rivals before because, you know, me being in Malaysia and no good ping. But now there's a different story because I get to play this game even though I'm in Malaysia, and I get to play this game at like 100 ping or something, so it's like really good. Hell yeah. And it's the first time me playing Force Burn. I was thinking if I want to play Force Burn or Loxodont. I was like, nah, Force Burn. I've been attached to. Also, welcome in Raiders. I hope you're doing good. Sorry, just now I was a little bit over the place. But welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Mondays. Yeah, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate it. Don't worry about it. Imagine if I'm playing Counter-Strike and then that sound plays. It would scare the shit out of me. We both got the... whatever that man is. Whatever that man is. Please play CSGO. Yeah. Uh-oh. I don't know how to read that. I only know me, eh? The last two were... I don't know. Oh, there's a... Oh, Milky Cow. You adorbs Kobo, by the way. Wow. So Japanese is English? But I still cannot read that. Lexi? But isn't the third one May? Bingo. Huh? So that's Lexi? Okay, okay. Welcome in. Also, I mean, I guess Kobots are kind of... I guess Kobots are kind of cute. I don't know. Welcome in. Oh, it's literal... Oh, it's words! It's not supposed to be Japanese, it's supposed to be words. Ah! Me dum dum. Oh fuck, 150 ping, let's go. I got this. Wait, think I can play 150 ping? I can play 250 ping. No, you can't. What? Match cancel? Okay. Kobo overthinking again? Am I? But. Huh? Words, right? They're. Huh? Huh? I guess Kobo's being Kobo again. I don't know. The brain dum. And one of my cats is called Lexi. She's super adorbs. Nice. Fish with Merb. Wait, Merb is attached to me. I need to grab too. What'd I get?
Hello and welcome.
Hey, I like salmon. I want to eat salmon. Thanks for the follow, Lexi. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yup.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Yep. Rayo Mae. Oh, but if you're Japanese, you know I'm not Japanese just by reading that. Oh. Fair. Blank is connected. I'm fighting against Blank. Let's go. Still, only really reply to Japanese streamers pronouncing it as written. I guess it's fair. I mean, I don't know much about Japanese. Oh yeah, 170 ping. Oh boy. What? I can send her a picture she can show you on the stream. That works if you're okay with that. Alright, okay. Then I will show it afterwards. Just poke me if I forget about it. Quick lesson then. You don't follow a character that ends with E to extend it, you follow with I? Really? Are you taunting on round start? What the hell was that? They're gonna leave. If they don't leave, I'll leave. Hey, I pressed down! I don't want to play against this guy. That's disrespectful. I don't want free elo. Thank you. I want to play a good game, not free elo, but if I can take free elo, fine. I want to get beat up. I want both sides to fight to their best. Alright, let's go. I don't want this. Ooh, Juiceville? Wolfen? Hey, thank you. One gem? Oh, Jesus. Am I at the darkest side of Rivals of Aether now? Oh, we take one stock.
You won't get in my way.
Hey, despite how disrespectful that is, let's play. Belly rubs. Wolfen? Oh. Also, hi. Thanks for the one gem. Appreciate it. Thank you. You know, like one gem. It's gem. I like gem. Gem good. Oh, wait. Can I jump? keep teleporting at the wrong place. It's still hard to control up A sometimes when I'm
You
sort
won't
of
get in my way.
panicking a little bit. I'll try not to let those things get too much to my brain. I think one thing I'm the weakest with is the mental damage. You know, like people being disrespectful towards me is like, yeah, it's like I cannot handle that. I'll be upfront about it. People being
Hello,
disrespected towards me,
and
I cannot handle it. I cannot. People teabag, taunt, I cannot handle it. People key charge at me, fuck them, you know. Foxra, Fur, hi, welcome. So yeah, like I mean it. I really cannot handle people key charging me, taunting mid-match, you know, like teabag, all the gestures like that. It might seem like a small deal, but to me, I don't know why my brain just takes it personally. So that's one thing, right? Don't ask me why, and don't ask me to change it because I cannot. It's just how my brain works. Like I'm playing a game, I'm enjoying the game, I'm being as respectful as I can get, and then people just be like, fuck your respect, you know, something like that. I don't get it. People likes to feel superiority, I guess, but to shit on someone when they're already at the floor dying, it's something else. Ooh, that was cool. Nice. Ooh, that was beautiful.
hello.
Mama Wolf, thank you. Your story is fun for me. I couldn't remember. I just need one hit or two to turn around. Wait, aiming the wrong way. Nice. Ooh, that was nice. Got him. See a tons of catch-up picture of Lucy and Lexi. Okay, okay. We will look at it together again afterwards. Hi, Mama Wolf. Hi, nice to meet you, hon. I hope your day is going well. You're sleeping. What? Thank you. I'm having a good day, honestly. Just a bit of a bad experience with the game doesn't really warrant me have a bad day. But honestly, I'm a bad day. I'm having a good day, not bad day. Thank you. Hey. Oh. I guess because it's free and there's gonna be a lot of like people who cannot take L's. Their avatar looks so adorable. Thank you. I appreciate it. I made it on my own. Mm. It honestly always means so much when people, you know, come into my stream and just like mention that, hey, that avatar looks good because I made it on my own. Oh, we matched. Oh, 15 pictures? Okay, we can look at it together afterwards. Also, purple is my favorite color. Oh my goodness, it's my favorite color as well. Up to 50 ping? I'm okay with that. Right. I mean, I'm all purple and pink. I kind of wish there's like a training ground where I can at least move around while waiting for matches. This burb upside a window? There was actually. Let them in. No. Purple is the best color on the planet. Yes. Definitely unbiased. And I agree. Purple is the best, yeah? I'm purple. I'm purple. Yeah, I'm purple. Oh goodness me, what the fuck? If you wanna play, I can do it. Let's do it. 275 ping. Let's fucking go. I don't care. I just want to play. Beat me up. All good. Triple Claire. Oh, I feel the lag already from this one. Alright, let's do it. You're purple and durable? I'll take it. Nice. That was obvious. Oh my god. Ooh, tough. Everything I do is like very delayed, but it's okay.
You won't get in my way.
I didn't put like anywhere other than, you know, I put Jakarta, Japan, and also Japan only, and then I got Melbourne somehow. Weird matchmaking, what can I say? I recently treated myself to something from Amazon. I got myself a handcrafted wooden wolf wan, and it looks so beautiful. Wolf wan? Nice. Oh, I'm blocking the delay frames and shit. There's 7 frames of delay currently, 9 frames. So everything I do is like 9 frames delayed. Oh, I keep teleporting the wrong way. Hey! Oh my god, like... then attack input was I was on the ground.
You won't get in
Yeah,
my way.
that one is rough, but it's fine. Don't worry, that's you. No, aren't you in Japan? Like, if you're in Japan, it shouldn't be even that bad. Japan is like 100. Oh yeah, oh, I cannot prove it. Fuck. I only have Jakarta and Japan on region-wise, and I don't know why I got somewhere that's like more than 200. There, this is fine, see? Here, let me disable my kiddie pool. Okay, so you guys can see the replay and the frames. I don't want this one. Aetherian Force is too small.
We need more yips. Yip. Yippity yip. Yip.
Yep.
Oh no. Yeah, I should probably take a break after this. I'll take a break from this game anyway. Getting beat up is one thing, getting beat up and no chance of fighting back is another thing. But let's go. Less complaining, more learning.
It can hit 2 times? Okay, yeah, I'm good. They are good. I know I'm like so late to this game, holy shit. They are good. I get the memo. Okay. Holy shit. To be fair, everything is fair just now. I just cannot take getting I just cannot take getting beat up like that like for 4.5 hours. Yeah, I mean, like, I get that people are good, and I get that I just started. So me getting beat up is actually very normal, very natural to say the least, right? Very natural. I just cannot take getting beat up for like straight 4 hours. To be fair, Randall gets get a jail-free card solely because he has so many of Sheik's normal movement. Don't know Sheik? Who Sheik? So if you play melee Sheik even remotely, your stuff carries over way more easily than it should. Rano is literally Yoshimitsu. Sheik? I still don't know who Sheik is. The Rano is literally Yoshimitsu, so Rano gets a 6-frame launcher with a no sword stance. NSS. I know a tiny bit about Legend of Zelda. No. No carry time, no. I played shit, I only played the newest one. What is it called again? TOTK, but I don't know what the name is. I'm not really like, I don't know much about Legend of Zelda, to be honest. Okay, so Zelda hit as a ninja. Oh, wait, Zelda is the princess that the character with Link were trying to save Zelda, right? She went under the name Sheik. Oh, so Sheik is Zelda. Wow, holy shit. Teats of the Kingdom. It is now called Teats of the Kingdom. Thank you very much, Jade. Alright, let's look at cat pictures. In Melee, they added Zelda as a character. Oh, cheats for the map. Treats for the map. Oh, that's nice. When they added Zelda, they gave them her transformation. That is Sheik, right? So it's like, it is like, is Sheik in Melee like really strong character? Question mark. Keys Nexus. Well, I'm the one that's supposed to Keys Nexus. So anyone who mained Sheik in Melee all the way back in 2001, her skills carried over to Rano. So is it why like every single Rano that I ran into is like, it's like the sweatiest tournament player? She was only top in Melee once near the start, but she's always been near the top since. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I get, again, I guess me getting frustrated, getting beat up for 4 hours straight, I think it's kind of valid. And why not take a small break from it, right? I can take 69 losses in the same session. I can, but sometimes it is very taxing for my brain, you know, to remind myself that, oh yeah, I'm just, you know, I only played this game for like 3 hours. People probably has like 100 hours in already. I don't know. I got wooden things with feels. Believe it or not, based on the way Sheik works, so long as you follow the following rules, you already start good. She's grounded, fast on ground, slow on air, but good at gimping. Don't know what gimping is. And gimping at the break time, it's why I'm not challenging you on it. I appreciate that. Just want to let you know, Rhino plays a character that is that similar to a character that existed for years. Yeah. But then again, I cannot go into. Yeah, it is a thing, but I cannot go into a match, looking at all the random players and saying that, oh, they play chic. Maybe they're just good. Huh? I don't know. And I totally understand. It's fine. No, I play a lot of fighting games. I get frustrated a lot. I went from being a shouting and camera gremlin to now I can sort of hold back my anger and stop when I say stop. Yeah, I think it's a bit of an improvement, I would say. Don't get me wrong, I'm not writing off. Yeah, that's totally fair. I understand. Also, cat pictures. This is Lexi. This is Lexi in the chat. This is Lucy. Lexi and Lucy. Just saying it's not a matter of they've been playing for a week, it's a matter of, oh, there's a chance it's a years of experience thing. Yeah, that's a thing. Get called out. You became a kitty. Oh my god, look at them. They're so fluffy though. Just showing the belly, but don't just belly rub a kitty. Lucy on Steven's shoulder. Wow. Yo, that eye is very nice looking. This is Lucy. Wait, this is Lexi. This is Lucy. Oh! Look at that eye though, it's so yellow. My son is part cat actually, just not that cat. I love a good hybrid. I went from a hybrid to a kobold, so yeah. Believe it or not, I was not a kobold. Look at the kitty then. I love how they're lying. It's like, why are they lying down like this? It looks like they're gonna hurt. It looks like they're gonna hurt their bones, but remember, kitty don't have bones. They are liquid. And kitty are just liquid. Cow husky kitty. Oh, cow husky kitty. Wow, stretch, big stretch. Kick. Love those kitties. Oh, that made me feel better. Hell yeah. Kitty. More kitty. They always look so curious. Is it just me? Cat is kitty, hi. Welcome. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Like, kitty, their face is perpetually curious. I feel like that's their face. It's not like dog when they're perpetually dumb. Kitty is like perpetually curious. And I love all of them. Hi, Swift. Thanks for the boop and pet. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I feel like that's not true in that not all cats are like that. Oh yeah, that's totally fair. To be fair, I don't really take care of pets. I feel like I'm not ready for the responsibility. I can barely self-sustain. I don't think I can take care of a pet. This is the true gremlin energy. I love this one. I find there are 3 major types of cat. Curious, dumb, and you don't exist, get out of my face. Until I need food. Very true. This is one of my personal favorite. I love this one. Cute kitty. Love kitty. So many kitty pics. Kitty pics. Toilet kitty pics. Oh no! Oh no, the toilet paper! They're gonna re-roll them now. Caught in action? Caught in 4K? the kitty is like, oh fuck! Look at how high the back is, how arched the back is. I think the kitty is like, oh fuck, and then arch the back. Love that. Ooh, chunky. Oh my goodness, chunky. Chunky. I still can't differentiate between Lexi and Lucy, but I think this is Lexi. This looks like Lucy because the fur is like more darker color. To my understanding, Lucy looks darker color. Yeah, Lucy looks darker color. Lexi looks more gray, black grayish. So this is like, wait. Oh, Toilet Cat is also Lexi. Lucy is more brown. Lexi is gray. So, Lucy. No? Lexi? Oh shit, I'm dumb. Oh no, Kobo brain is too strong. The one brain cell cannot even handle how cats look like. Lexi. Lexi also seems to have more stripy spots now. Lexi is pink nose. Oh! Wait, that's easier. Wait. Oh, Lucy then. Oh, I didn't even notice the nose. This one is like the same. Lexi. The first picture was quite old. That Lexi had a darker nose back then. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Lucy. So if two Lucy Lexi together, what would they be? Lu Lexi? Lex Lucy? Luxy. Luxy! Yes, yes, yes. This Kobo needs coffee, right? Of course, take your time. Lissy? Lissy? God, look. Big yawn. Big yawn. Do you yawn? Do you have the urge to yawn when you look at this picture? I kinda do, actually. Now, if you stare at it for a little bit, you do have... At least I do have the feeling of kinda want to yawn. The urge. A little bit? No? I have the urge to stare at them judgingly. Why? They're cute. I love them. Lucy. 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 Oh, the Lexi. Lexi. I love this one. Called in 4K. I might yawn because I woke up about 10 minutes ago. Oh yeah, that's fair. I never said I was going to judge fairly, just that I was a type to look I'd give. Okay, fair enough. More kitty pick. Lucy. This is my second favorite. The first favorite is a gremlin. This one. But then again, I love all of them. That's why she's chunky. So chunky. I love them. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It looks like Lucy is not that chunky. Lexi is more chunky. Probably because it's probably because Lexi is lying down like this, flat on the ground. So Lexi might look a little bit chunkier. I don't know, I like it. I like it. I like the chunk. The chunky good. the position, they're not stretched out at the moment. True. Oh, let me reply to some message real quick. If a super nice video, my exceeds the file size for Discord. Yikes! Not the file size! Barcode! Can someone scan that barcode? I can stream it real quick for you. No need for voice, just a video. Does it work? Can I like not? How does that? Huh? How does that work? Uh-oh, I'm confused again. No, my brain doesn't work. I have no brain. My brain gone. Oh! Oh, join call, I think? Yes, hide the screen. Oh my god, Kitty! Wait, I can mute myself, right? Here, I'm gonna turn off microphone. Yes! Yes, Kitty! Oh my god. Give Kitty the best rubs. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, look at that kitty. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. I'm so happy. Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god. The legs. Oh my god, the legs. Kitty likes the fingy. The legs, no bite. Milk. You know, redeeming Malzino and then milk is like a good combo. Just saying. They haven't learned the bad trap move yet. Both kitty didn't attack. It's okay. I mean, not all kitties can attack, right? Not all kitties attack. Jade, sorry, you're fake. Jade is not fake. Oh, look at the key. Oh my god. I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna melt. Oh my god, look at the key. The key is like enjoying this 100 times percent. Like, oh my goodness. Give me all the attention, you peasant. I mean. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh. I keep petting my belly, peasant. Yeah, you better do it. No, it's so good. Thank you, Mer. I've been pet. Thank you, Mer. I enjoyed the video a lot. That was so good. Gotta get myself some food. Okay. Have a good food, Nexus. Have wonderful food, and thanks for the pet. Thanks for the pet. Happy hunting. Yeah. It was Nixie, by the way. Oh yeah, the fur color. I'm kind of into Merp only to color the kitty. And Merp? Good. I was about to mention. How dare you not cuddle merp? Excuse me? Excuse-moi? Je how do you speak French? Hong Hong baguette? It's probably so offensive. I am so sorry. It is so unwarranted. I apologize wholeheartedly for that. I will. Sacre bleu. What does that mean? Ma chérie. I'm gonna get cancelled for this. Alright, you know what? Loon it is. Fuck it. Who wants to play some balloon? Let's go. Change the title. Psych. No, Dino Terra. But balloon. Boon? Balloon. Balloonera. It's. Ooh. Balloonera. Let's go. Nobody can see you for bullying the French, is it? Steals a kitty, then feel bad, and steals merp too. Sounds about right, Exon. Yay! Deflation feather. What the fuck? I mean, that's one way to phrase it. Holy shit! Oh my goodness. Gonna go do the lunchies for now. Nom nom. Okay, have a good lunch, merp. Thanks for showing all the kitty pictures and make me feel nice again. And the kitty videos as well. Thank you. Time to contest some territory. I feel like I will be playing Rivals of Aether more, no? Yeah. Time to contest some more territory. I'm aiming for blue team because they were bullying my team. Murray train, yeah? 20 hours of Ling Long training a day? Are you Ling Ling wannabe? Sometimes even the French bully the French. Okay, that made me feel less bad. But what do you mean 28 hours of Ling Long training? Is Ling Long gonna bang me or something? I don't mind. Maybe? Oh shit, let's go. Yeah, blue is destroyed. I don't care about blue anymore. Yeah, I'm going crazy again. Why am I so aggressive when it comes to contesting territory? Oh my god, 6,000. Okay, let me check the whole team. Oh yeah, someone is more devoted than I am. 7,000. Ooh, this one is like very... Wow, look at that. Very... balanced. Everyone's playing. Yeah, this guy was taking our tiles. I was like, no, fuck you. Contesting territory gets more loot for the Kobo. True. Two other than the game, try refreshing because I remember me updating the game. Or did I not? I'm stupid. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I am so sorry. I didn't. Look. Look. Rivals of Aether 2 broke me, okay? Fortunately, you know something can work, right? No, be sorry. I assume that's like, don't be sorry instead of like, no, be sorry. Can I read that as no, you better be sorry? Alright, who do you want to destroy next? I think Pink? I mean, Pink is doing good. Least cash? No one has gotten that. No one has gotten that one yet. Ace Handy Canyon and some replacement upgrade cost reduced by 5%. Earn XP 20% faster in each game. Don't think I need any of that, honestly. I can deal with this. Easy. Check this out. So round, what is this map? What the fuck? Is it like this? Wait, so this one is like... I never played this map before. I need to take care of 2 ways, wow. Huh? What does that mean? I don't understand. I'm just gonna put one here. And then this one. Alright, how do you work? Nothing came out here. Did I just got debated? Oh, is this the route for Moabs? Probably. Oh, it's a reverse. I hate the strange floating colorful things out there all destroyed. Oh, you mean the torch bugs? Destroy them, whoa, destroy them! Popping ballon. Back with coffee. Happy Kobo. Nice. Coffee good. I every morning I have a big cup of coffee. Just like a huge cup of coffee. Where's my second hand? Big cup. I cannot do that. Come on. Big cup of coffee. Like very big. Coffee is great. Never enough coffee. Oh, I can remove the tree. Same, I like chunk cup. Yes. Also, I actually didn't know. Kiria? Is that right? I hope I'm not butchering your name. Honestly, I'm sorry if I do. I didn't know you were a Kobo this one. Kobo friend. Oh my goodness. I'm dead! I lied. I never die. You think I should have a sniper? Sniper is not that good in this map, I feel like. Like, if I put here... Here looks fine, actually. It's okay. I like kobolds playing when D&D. Nice. Well, speaking of D&D, I've been playing. Oh, not playing. Sorry. I've been watching Vibe Check D&D. In there's like a very cute pink kobold named Zuri. Oh, So adorable. No, my hand tracking. That's on my end. Oh, sorry, not Zuri. Xhuri. It's a little bit hard for me to pronounce that. Highly recommend. Here, I mean, I already. Give me a second. Let me show you. I believe I put it into Dragon Sipping Corner. Oh yeah, there it is. Vibe check, D&D. This one right here. Alright, shut the fuck up, game.
Zuri like is holding her head, just like
Pardon me, Zuri, but if it made it easier on you, I could pick you up, maybe.
Oh, very loud. Ow, ow, ow.
I mean, full respect.
Full respect.
Full respect.
her face would probably go like bright red. I mean, if you want to.
Oh, it's not a problem.
Oh my god, that was so high pitched.
I think that means yes, but I could be wrong.
I cannot do that. It's too hard.
Jed goes to like carefully attempt to pick her up to see if she tries to pull away.
She's as stiff as a board, just like don't, you know.
Okay, I don't have to pick you up. It's not her. What was that? It's fine. Can anyone speak Dragon? Is that what she is?
Is that what she is?
Listen, I can't understand any of that. I heard it's not draconic.
Sorry, sweetheart. Would you like Jed to carry you, or would you like to rest?
Alright. Come here now. I like picture up bridal style.
Yes.
Cute.
That's like the best thing ever. Zuri is so precious. First time I saw Vibe Check, I know. I only know about Vibe Check because of Zuri as well. I wish I can squeak as good as she does, but I cannot. I can only squeak for a little bit. I'm a bad squeaker. We already have this one to deal with Camo actually. Ooh. Pure damage maybe? We need to go around 80. I'm building this one can deal with Moabs, right? Wow, BTD 6来咯，哎呀！When KRC 看你看 ，When carry I know one， I know， Expert Med 2, huh? I mean, yeah. I'm just trying to contest territory at this point. Shit, I can't decide. I mean, this one deals with Moab, so I think this one can deal with only one sniper. This one can probably deal with hordes, but it's just when I don't need two of these then. 320 glue should work to deal with hordes. Yeah. I can't decide. I think just do 205. Yeah, just do 205. Strong. My Kobo She's white scale, winged, and magical. Already beat a beholder with her on accident with her Arokoa friend. I don't know what Arokoa is, but hey, good stuff. How to even Spike Factory? I don't know. Don't rely on Spike Factory too much, I guess. I mean, Spike Factory is really strong, that I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Need to buy a flashbomb. I mean, if I were to be a D&D character, I don't know what class and what do I do. I'll probably be... I mean, of course I'm a kobold. I like to tank. What's the tank class in D&D? Like, I want to like stand in front of the fight. I want to tank for my friends. So I can take all the damage and stuff like that. Or maybe I just love being tanky and not die. In 5e, there's no real tank class. Aww. Play Icon instead and be Lizard Bowl? Icon? What's Icon? So we can deal with Camo. This one can deal with Lead. So that's good. This one's set to strong, so it's all fine. Game from Massive Press in playtest. Oh, it's a game that you can play? It's not just a tabletop? Wait, that sounds amazing. Oh, it's tabletop. Okay, okay. Wait, how is tabletop game in playtest? You know, I probably should have went for... I probably should have went for 052. Fuck. Because I just realized I only have this to deal with camo. You know, I'm gonna restart. Don't worry about it. Let's do it. I prefer 052 actually. I think just shooting it faster just makes me feel better, question mark. I'm a simple build. If I shoot faster, it makes me happy. 4 peers? I mean, true, but still. More fast, good. Yeah, see, Wall gets it. Oh, I need to buy 040 really fast. Like, it has to be my first thing to buy actually. before round 28, it should be fine, question mark? I need 7,000 though, that might be a little bit too much. Might not be able to make it actually. Okay, why not I just buy Flash Bomb first? Flash Bomb can also deal with lead. Ooh, that's so short? Gonna go taking Dogo for walkies and then food shopping with Mumbled. Okay, okay. Have a great day, Kiria. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Have fun shopping too afterwards. Flash bam. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Right here, you too, yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you. It's always nice to have a kobold friend. Never enough kobolds, I always say. Right now, I guess I can just buy this. Yeah, works. Very nice. Neuron activation when balloon popping. Neuron activation. Okay, let's save up for sticky bomb. Man, 5k for a sticky bomb. This might be too dangerous. Not enough control. It's too spicy. You know, I think essentially this is the ending, this is the end goal, right? So we can still Spike Factory this place if I can do it. Like, just that place. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Let's hope this works. Boom. Oh my god, no problem. Let's go. I should save up for this one. Supply drop can also allow sniper to deal with lead, so it'll be a lot easier. Oh no. It's not too bad. So we struggle with ceramic. Oh, I cannot believe it. Save up for this one first. This popping balloons feels good, man. And also I choose to to pop balloons because you know, I'm probably not gonna like stream for too long after after yeah, just So I figure why not just like get some tiles and call it a day. This one is 14k, might be a little bit tough to get it. We should get one spike balls. Yeah. Yes. Kill all balloons. Destroy. I will destroy balloons. Sticky bomba? Sticky bomb is always nice, honestly. Yeah, 14k should be fine. Once you're 14k, and then we can buy this one, Spike Mines, after this. And then it should be good. Like, I think that is enough to go through round 80. I forgot about money. Look how this guy shoots so fast now. And remember, each shot bounced 3 times, right? Yeah, each shot bounced 3 times, so could also be a good controller. Like if there's too many balloons, can control it. Yeah, it's good. I actually don't know why like super mines cost 125k. That's insane. Nice. Magnet. Yeah, it's no problem. I think round 80 is actually in the bag. Spike Factory doing work up here. Ironic too, because I just mentioned not to rely on too much Spike Factory and then look at what I'm doing. Dang. I became the demon that I swore to not become. The Spike Factory goes... Oh, yikey beaky, this might be a little bit too much. Wait, no, trust in exploding mines. Exploding mines? We love that. Let's go. Doing work. You became what you sought to destroy. I'm probably not gonna destroy, you know, I'm not gonna destroy Spike Factory users. Ooh, wait, that was a little bit spicy. Me back? Oh, welcome back, my... Fish movement. Torino. I just mixed myself a new kind of energy drink called Holy, sugar-free and stuff, but it is not impressive. Doesn't taste bad, but not impressive. Isn't energy drink supposed to be like sugary drinks? Question mark? I might be wrong. But that to my understand is what it is. Toidle! Yeah, but Holy doesn't contain any taurine and sugar. Only caffeine? Ooh, wait, that sounds kinda cool. Energy drinks have to have sugar? Well, yeah, but most of them do, no? Oh, it's getting dark. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Be right back. Give me a few minutes. Anyway, I'm back. Just turn the sun back on? Gosh, I wish I had that kind of power. Oh, the hand tracking died. Fuck. It's on my end. Okay, peppers are back. I think I should make another sticky bomb. Feels a little spicy. I feel like maybe I need another sticky bomb. I'm staring at the monkeys. I bite your hands? No. Or I think... Oh, what's with the boss music? Did I put this in? Pop glue that were glue is done nearby blue. Glue so strong it temporarily immobilizes all affected balloons. 24k. This one definitely need glue soak. If not, it would just be useless. it's a little spicy. I don't think this is going to... I don't think this is going to be able to handle round 75 and 78. So I'm gonna add one right here. If I can. Okay. Okay, that's 83k, not 100k yet. Good. Oh my god, it's so good. Let's go. Slow and stun. It can stun even BFBs. It's so good. It's the perfect glue. Fish. Four leaf island. Are they like a lizard? Because that looks kind of cute. Their emote, I mean. Uh oh. God damn it! I had a feeling. So it's not enough. I'm so lazy to replay this. We are going to need another glue. So glue, we're probably gonna need... Yeah, drops powerful acid onto track after destroying a balloon. So we need this. To control the crowd even more. One more glue then. And we need glue splatter. Alright, please work. I think that looks a little bit more promising. Yeah, okay, double glue still works, good. Actually lost to 76, kind of funny. Fish without murder. Legend. It's legendary. I should fish too. Merp is holding you back? No, Merp is not holding us. Merp is not holding us back. I believe in Merp. Merp didn't get grabby enough. Go, my glue! Glue combo! Sticky bomba? Perpetually stun? We love that. More stun. Oh, we love that. Very nice, very nice. Alright. They're all empty. We good. Not the best, but not bad. 92k, less than 100k. We take those. We're gonna destroy pink now, I guess. I'm gonna be so mean. These cash. Around 81 with 87k. Wow, that's actually very impressive. 190k ceramic health. I think one tower can destroy all of these actually. Yeah, I can use less than this. I can use less than 87k. Sorry, I was in the bathroom. It's all good. Fish Kobo, but more legendary. Fish Kobo, but Kobo Butt is so strong. Ooh, not enough. Wow. 2 legendary fish. Grab. Oh, food. Food, good. Gonna go to your own stream? Nice! Have a good stream, Merp. Have wonderful stream. I'm gonna go for this one. Of course, Kobo get distracted by num-nums. Hey, it's num-nums. We love num-nums. Num-nums, good. Let's see, I'm probably gonna need this until this one. And then... oh, should I get this one? Sprays from the removes camera, regrow, and pops lead balloon. I should probably get this one and this one. And then you could probably get through like round 20 plus something. So in the meantime, you can save up for this one and only this one. I don't care about Adora, even though I have like a dragon pet for Adora. And fish solar. Okay. Engineer. Incredible. Okay, me bye Merp. Have a good stream. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks again for showing the cat pictures. Rollable. I think cleansing foam is not that expensive. I love turrets. I always love turrets in games. They're nice. Fish with 2 merps! So powerful. Two merp got a pike. Yeah, 970 is not that bad. So after 970, we're just gonna build one 520 helicopter and we should be golden. I like fish. Twiddle. More Twiddle. Now we have white foam on the stage. That's why Twiddle immune to bite. Get cleansed by cut. Oh, Sentry is not enough. It's okay, we almost got this. Our goal is to win, not to. It's not like Odyssey where I cannot I cannot lose a life. So it's okay. We can lose. We can lose some life. Fish by fight fish. You're gonna branch instead. You were fighting with a branch. Fish strong. You're gonna branch instead because fish is too strong. Fish and hands for wall times. Oh boy, it's not salmon. Salmon cool. I love salmon. And salmon is great. You cannot go wrong with 520 helicopter. Evil twisted version of Kobo. No one has gotten that one yet. Crazy. Lobster. Fish for the real Kobo. I eat the fish too. Lobster. Oh my god, I got a chicken nugget! It's mine now. I want but it's my chicken nugget. Oh my god, Jade. I just saw what you sent me. Tiny. I'll send you one back too. Done. I wanna see, but if I show it on stream, I can get banned immediately. It's a noodle. Niddle-lily. Niddle-lily. 21k might be a little bit too hot. Yeah, it's not enough. We need something else. There. Fish for something? Rabbit fish. I also need to be more active in fishing. There we go. Fish on Kobo? On Kobo. What did you get? Wait a minute, what did you get? Weird snake? Oh, Big Mama Pickle. I didn't use that. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, we survived still. Nice, nice. Okay. 49k, 48k. I mean, do I need to buy that actually? I don't think I need to. I think this is enough. I think this might be enough, you know. Fish for the secret documents on alien kobolds. Wait a minute, whoa, why is there an alien kobold? Ooh. This one is 48k, this one is 37k. What if I buy this one? I think this one is fine. Trolley has a secret. Trolley, you better don't say a word. Be careful, Trolley. They cannot know. They cannot know about the secret. The Trolley better be quiet. What is that? They should be fine. I mean, the helicopter is really strong now. Look at that. 남았어. I should probably just buy this one. It costs a little bit less than this one. This one costs 48k. There you go. With an encounter, I can make you make my bold treaty. I'll try my best. Fish with Kobo? What with Kobo? Kobo got a shoe. He had a shoe. Merm has one. Yeah. Oh. Well, I got Eevee Booty. I'm debating whether if I want to buy more. I think I'm gonna lose if I don't. Shit, just buy it. He creep on yellow. Why not tick creep on pink? I remember seeing pink hickory before. Kinda cute. Contesting territory. Pink is not yellow? I mean, it's not, yeah. But I like pink. Banana boat? Okay, banana boat is kinda cute. Oh, that's so easy. Fish for banana boat. Banana got a trap. Oh. Okay. so much money. Oh, actually looking at that burger makes me feel very hungry. Wow. Holy shit. Alright, easy. Alright, I'm opening fire at everyone. Alright. Alchemist Touch. Ooh, wait, this is so good. 53k on round 90? Oh, this person is crazy. Kobo want a Kobo snake? I kinda do, yeah. Alchemist Touch is so good though. A Kobo snack? Give me something good, I wanna eat it. I could eat that. I could probably shove it down my throat and just eat it. Oh, welcome back, Nexus. Hope we had a good food. Fish ate Durk snake. I wanna have Durk snake. Quick attack. No. Loppy. Shit. How do you get by with 53k? Camo is no problem. Lead is the problem here. What I think is definitely they use this as a crossbow master because it's round 90. I'm thinking this plus this and a little bit of this, but it might be too much money already. Oh, this one is too tough. Holy shit! Oh, pink mean business. Let's get this one. What's this map again? Oh my goodness, Luke. I like book. Oh my god. Did you notice the book many? I like that one. I like that one too. Nexus and the many bricks. I don't know. Double HP Moabs is even worse. To round 80. Tiny bulb. I can do this. Oh, what? Wait. Oh. Oh, that one was reverse. Either way, they'll go through here. And here. Might be a little bit tough. I got mini Kobo. Have fun with the mini Kobo. I'm a little worried. It's not fast enough. We're gonna lose some health, it's okay. Oh my god, they actually made me jump! See? I don't know when they change. When it's supposed to Kobo. Ooh. I guess yes? Probably? I mean, that's me. I guess I matter most. Smaller Kobo. I guess they're not wrong. There has to be a better way to do this. I feel like this is just not it. $8.50. Oh, I... Oh, did I just whiff? But they whipped again. Health. Five health. The bullets are wearing vampire capes? Oh yeah, I bought them. I bought them. So there has to be a better way to do this. And the book. Oh, I'm flying. Oh, this middle part is like so... Oh my goodness, so many pick. I've been picked. Oh my god. This one's really tough. I'm not too sure what to do here. what I think is I'm gonna put. Oh. Duck. Duck is good. We love duck. Fish something for Nexus. This map doesn't really have a lot of space. That and also the road is very difficult to deal with. The worst kind of map would be like the map that is two absolute separate routes. I think that's like the worst map. Have one tech shooter dedicated for this one. Okay. This one is so difficult. Holy shit. I need something to deal with lead. I should upgrade Druid first. And through with the Caper Monkeys on the green spot a bit more left, next to the cattails. The green spot is where the road is, so I don't think I can put it on top of the green spot. And also this is random, so I don't know when they're gonna change. It's kinda weird. $850. Come on. We need that $850. I was so close. Shoot him. Oh, but still a bit late. Evil Pike. It would be best if I can just buy this one. Oh. Oh, I hate that sound. Magic immune. Okay, actually we're good. Nice, nice. Oh, not nice. Metal? Huh. Ow. Oh, when the electric whiffs, it hurts so much. A 1,000 should be fine. Okay, sharpshooter is very strong. Can you do a magic trick, Kobo? What kind of magic trick are you looking for? I'm not exactly well versed in terms of magic tricks. Oh, too spicy? Oh my god, too spicy? No, okay. Because this time attack, I think this is gonna be good. This here is gonna do some damage. Something cool. Monkeys need more fast. I would love to go fast, but it's so dangerous as well. Especially on time attack, I usually don't go fast. Crit? Oh, I think we lost. Yeah, we don't stand a chance this one. G and the G to the G. This one is too tough. Shit, I never thought, like... Ooh, this one is like really difficult. Right below the cattails at the bottom? This one? Yeah, you can. But I cannot ignore this one right here. If I ignore this, I'm gonna get destroyed. How about if I do... Okay, what if I do this? Never played like this before, but this might work. more coverage. Yeah, this map is wild. It's just it's a new map thing, I guess. They're trying to be hard as fuck, I think. Level 1 tech shooter is too bad. I could upgrade them, but here's what I'm thinking. I just want to buy this. And place it here. That's why I'm doing this. Green Kobo and blue Kobo, this is important. Green Kobo and blue Kobo. I actually like green more. I used to love blue, but not as much anymore. So yeah, I would choose green, personally. Still have health, it's okay. It's time attack, we might be able to cheese a little bit with the spike factory. Do I know any green kobolds? Bracky is on a kobold. Jade? Bucket Limb, maybe? Oh, Bucket Limb is more deep blue. It's not really... It's not exactly green. Jade the kobold is like... Not Jade 11th, it's the other Jade. Jade might be kind of green? Question mark? Yeah, build that spike up. Yeah, TKK is a little green. Actually, you're right. Like, green kobolds are quite uncommon, I agree. Spike Factory kinda suck. Damn. How about this? Vertaki, isn't Vertaki purple? Is there another kobold of Vertaki? I'll give it a few more tries. Maybe I'm just hungry. I cannot think anymore. It's funny because green is rather common color for dragons after red, probably. I believe that. I can't just spam waves like how I did with the previous contest territory. This wave is way too difficult. I shouldn't have done that. Maybe Druid is the only way to go, I guess? This is insane, though. Maybe Druid might be the only way to go. But that early game Druid is like... I mean, early game Druid's pretty strong. Sable? Oh yeah, I forgot about Sable. Or I don't know. That's how I don't know if that's actually how you pronounce their name. I'm gonna follow more bolts. I mean, same. Even though I myself am a bolt, I feel like I need more bolts in my life. Bolts are just great. $1K. We might stand a chance. I also need this to deal with hordes. But also, I feel like if I can, I'll just make another one. Kobo's a mega leak. Okay, so they deal with lead, which is nice. One aim is strong. This one aim is strong. This one aim is burst. Come on. Okay, I think we're solid now. The ability is impressive. Yep, it's Druid's strongest early game, I feel like. Can control hordes, can attack everywhere, so I think yeah, it's really good. Now we need to focus on getting Moabs because we have, I think we have double HP Moab. Yeah, this one. So double HP ship on round 40. Ooh. Holy shit. I don't know how to deal with that. Thanks for that. I mean, one sharpshooter is definitely not enough. We know the ship comes from this round. I don't want... Magically detonating all damage over time effect and disrupting balloon movement. Low tier Moab class balloons and strip camo can be set to echo from a nearby point. Oh! I never used this one before? I guess I can try. Boop EV? I think for now I need to focus on getting Moabs killed. I think this is a good spot. To kill Moab with like a budget, this one. With this ceramic. And by this one. Okay, Moab should be fine. Let's do it. Come on. Get them. Oh my god, there's so much health. Oh god, camo. No one can deal with camo here, I forgot. Come on. Just oop, oop. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll put you here then, so that you can deal with camo. There. Trident efficiency. Give me a second. I see that enlarging can freeze balloons. Attack faster with all attacks. Run faster and travel further. This one. That's a little bit dangerous. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, that's so strong? Wow, holy shit, just... okay. It's a surprisingly strong combo with this plus this. Holy shit, okay. But this one cannot deal with lead. Uh-oh. Sing! Sing! Pop 'em, pop 'em! Oh god. The amount of like can you monkey? Try this one. So you see you can set to somewhere nearby? Sing here so that you can destroy here. Oh, we have 2 lightning here. I'm putting... You know what? We got 2. We need to focus a little bit more in here as well, so let's put here. But I'll focus on you first. I know this time attack, but I'm just gonna try to win at this point. This one is really hard. I keep getting random gifts up, and now it's getting hard to find the emotes I want to use. Oh, I mean, it's kind of a blessing. It's kind of a blessing and also a bit of a ugh. Fish for something very nice. The double HP Moab is just great. Ooh, yo! Got a knife. Man, Camel always goes here, that's crazy. I eat sword. I respect that, sword is kind of delicious. Although gonna be careful with the sharp bits though. Oh boy, I don't know if mobs there was some... Oh my god. Oh no, wait, there's another one. Okay. Sing longer, please. Kill it. Oh god, thank you. Oh my god. That is not good for my heart. Bunch of camo. This is bad. Oh, camo. I try and buy this one. Nice, 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 nice. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh no. Okay. 9,500, come on. Hopefully I can save it up. I can... Oh my god. I hate it. I never played blue and this scary before. What the fuck? This map is tough. Like really tough. It's really difficult, I have to say. And the double HP mob is no joke. And I need to deal with a BFB and ZOMG as well. It's crazy. Oh wait, this is too spicy. Help. My god, Ring of Fire. Alright, there it is. We might not survive this actually. Because the damage here hasn't been upgraded at all. Just go for the next wave. Come on. This music is so deceptive, god damn it. It's so deceptive. It's crazy. You would think that this game is like all chill and fun. It's like, we're popping balloons here. It's like, no. No, this, whoa. Jesus, okay. It's like, no, we don't just pop balloons. This means business. Come on. So scary. We might need more defenses here, actually. Yeah, that's death. No, holy shit! Okay, don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. Actually, we're gonna do something different. We're gonna get skills. We're gonna get more attacks. Come on, I'm gonna spam it. No! Whoa! Whee! Oh! Wow, this is so hard. Holy shit, man. Wow, I'm actually defeated. This is not easy. That is definitely not easy. I'll try this one off stream. That one was difficult. That one was difficult. Would you buy a $600 Buzz Lightyear that walks around and is probably racist or something? Huh? No, why would I want that? Alright, I'm gonna go get food. Kobo is hungry from all the thinking. And also getting beat up. Look at the events here. Shit, there's so many things to do in this game. Which is also why I'm playing this game as well. There's so many things to do now. Like, all the events just comes on, like, at once. Together. Crazy. Anyway. Let's... hey, look, my sister is also hard at work. Good stuff. Anyway, Kobo's gonna become big. And gonna become... Yeah. Look at that. I still have the intro fighters on. Tomorrow we might play a little bit of Rivals of Aether and then play a little bit of Ember Isle. Although, rest assured, I will definitely continue. I will definitely continue playing Rain World someday, but not too long, right? It will be soon, definitely soon. Hi, Legs. Barcode. Oh. Oh. What are the intro fighter stats? I don't know. Is there a stat for intro fighter? I have no idea. Noel, thank you. Pet my snoot and my head. Oh my god. More pet. And the milk? Oh my god. Oh. Yuki Senpai, hey. I've been booped. Yeah, let's raid to another kobold. Yeah. Let's raid to Merp. Merp is playing Rimworld. Rimworld. Yeah. Oh my god, those slabs? So powerful. I want to fish. Someday we're gonna fish out a demon kobold. Uppies? I want uppies. I cannot give uppies, I'm too small. I don't drink. Let's rate Merp. Actually, let me check something real quick. Okay, done. Good night, Kobo Snake. Because spiders scary. Spooder keep to themselves, no worry. I believe in legs, but a spooder that is not legs might be a little bit scary. But legs, nah. Legs nice. Legs is nice. Alright, let's summon Bernie real quick. Oh, vortex on my face. Alright, get to Bernie. Come here, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Let's put the biggest dinner plates to my friend. Lex is my friend. And I also have a Discord channel where I spam dragon pictures when I can. Usually, actually, now that we're talking about social media for a little bit, Twitch, sorry, not Twitch, Twitter is being dumb as fuck right now, so I'm gonna
Thank yous for streaming blue_heart.
Oh, of course, no problem. Person who used the TTS and wants to remain private, I respect that. Of course, thanks for being here, appreciate it. Good thing I'm bigger than the dinner plate, none. Lex friend. Lex is very friend. Friends. Friend good. Right, so like I mentioned, Twitter is dumb. Twitter is stupid. Twitter is like the worst thing right now. The newest change of policy is like not even war crimes can think of that. Like, who thought that the account that you blocked can still view your tweet is a good idea? Like, what kind of brain is that? I don't understand. Right, it is actually beyond me how stupid that is. Also, hi Queen. I'm dead. I'm fine. Barcode. Speed. More barcode. This whole blocking thing is what made me decide to finally start moving to Blue Sky. Yep, it's the last straw. Like, the policy changes so far is like okay lah, like I can still sort of live with that, but blocking a person and then they can still look at your tweet is like the most unfathomable stupidity that I cannot even think about. Like, who? I mean, I guess that only Elon Musk can think of that, I guess, you know? The absolute dog shit policy. And I'm already like being super respectful about it too. Like, goddamn. I even access my Twitter because Google won't let me. Don't access don't access Twitter now. So most of the posts I'm gonna share with dragons and stuff is probably gonna from Blue Sky. And I don't know if I want to promote my Blue Sky. If you want a lot of horny posts from Kobo, then Blue Sky is the way to go. I'm a content creator and streamer, like you, I need to put myself out there. I never announced my stream to my Twitter and Blue Sky. To put it on Twitter is just gonna shadow ban you if you put links on there. Even if you reply with your link, it's gonna limit to who sees it. So yeah, I mean, Blue Sky is the way to go if you want. Again, I'm not stopping you. If you want to promote your stream to Twitter, to Blue Sky, oh yeah, definitely go for them. I just don't feel like I want to do that because my Blue Sky is too spicy. my Blue Sky is actually too spicy. If I found it, yeah, I mean, I said my part. I said what I said. And I meant what I said. With sword. With sword. I mean, look at Breen with the sword. So strong. Get him. Get that snake. Get that snake. It's Snorson. Snorson is actually so adorable, I have to say. My internet gets tied to a Google account. I can't get the password and they won't let me get it because I use my phone to verify too many account BS. Welcome to Google. Raid soon. My boots are just bit sharp is on. Sharp boots from legs. I mean, it's boop. And I like boops. Boops are nice. Look at Breen. Look at this little look at that little snake right there. God damn it, so strong. Get him, Solar. Yeah, get him. Oh, I fished on myself. Uh-oh, Breen just snored. Oh, Breen got destroyed. Oh no, Breen is back. With a vengeance. I just fished on myself. I'm back, bitch. With a sword too. Oh god, a brick. Brick is too strong. Hey Tira, hi Tiger. A boop for you? I'll take it. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the boop. I like boop. Boop, good. This is perfect for someone with ADHD. I know. So good. I can just look at this. I can just look at that fight. If there's a fight happening, I'm gonna look at them. It's so good. Look at them fight. Fight for my entertainment. Entertain this kobold. Yeah. Oh, we have Luker. Where's my tail? Yeah, my tail has a dagger now. Watch out. Oh, I got killed by legs. Wait. oh. Oh. Empty distractions of whatever brain rot is on YouTube Shorts. Oh, I never go YouTube Shorts. I would love to preserve my sanity. Red return! Red dead again! Oh no! No, not the red! Red return! I had to disable YouTube on my phone. That's how bad I am at self-control YouTube Shorts. I understand. It's the brain rot, really. Oh no! Oh no! Breen, where's the red? Breen, where's the red? We need the red. That emote is a picture of you. Beautiful. 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 Gorgeous. Gorgeous. It's a 10-minute essay on the history of concrete. I mean, I just love watching. Whenever I go YouTube, I usually just watch like fighting game tournaments. Recently, I've been watching a lot of Tekken 8 tournaments and Street Fighter 6 tournaments as well. Really fun. And I do watch some Tekken 8 content creators as well. But if I'm not watching them, I usually just play games actually. A new challenger approach, Spreen phase. Get him, sneak. Wait, that's not a sneak. Oh, oh, hey yo! Oh my god! Look at that! What a combo! 10 minutes is amateur numbers. Real-time content creators can stretch out to half an hour. Yeah, I mean, I think half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour is like the golden time for like actual YouTube videos. I mean, mine doesn't count. My YouTube channel is just putting my thoughts out there. I'm just archiving my thoughts over there. I love content creating, but damn, YouTube is like a Wild West again. I don't know. I'm doing. Yeah, YouTube is like. I mean, algorithms and stuff is like weird. But thank God I could just do my own thing and sort of thrive a little bit. Why is everyone a monkey? Emotes so. No, monkey! There's so many monkeys. Oops, oh, monkey. Next time, a slop me a recommendation. Well, when I get too much slop, I usually just use the search bar. It knows you were playing Bloom. Let me try to go to homepage right now. Am I gonna get Bloom stuff? This is my recommendation. A lot of music. Oh yeah, Mudahar. I watch Brian F. Street Fighter 6 stuff. Lanza is like recently I started watching. Mrs. Play stuff. Tekken 8. And then you have like Markiplier. I've been watching Lanza, so of course it's gonna happen. Think about talking about the Mr. Beast over 1,000 times. You can just avoid watching that. There's so many different. See, you can watch Henry Phillips. Do you know how good Henry Phillips is? Like, holy shit. I mean, of course, Charlie is here. Charlie's great. Kiboga is also nice if you want to watch some like scam bait stuff. Kiboga is fun. And then more music. I never watched this one. Who are you? And then a lot of like weird stuff. What is this? What the fuck? Yeah, see, proof that I've been watching a lot of like furry drama stuff, so that's why. Internet Anarchist is not bad. I have been watching it, of course it shows up. The Beast Person's drama? I think Clapsy is kind of furry. Lanza is also a furry, but I couldn't say, to be honest. I see Legends at Legends Adventures is also really fucking good. they have some funny stuff. But of course, I also have been watching Vibe Check. Vibe Check is also really good. Yeah, I don't really pay attention to drama as well. I just watch them. It's like, oh, so they bad. Okay, okay. Continue, bro. Aw, but I go by she, her. They're getting bored of regular drama. Turkey Tom stop yapping about regular people and likes to switch to furries. It's being coupled. A good YouTube video. I mean, I just watch. I watch what I want. If I crave drama, I'll watch drama. If I don't crave drama, if I don't crave drama, I will usually just like go to the search bar and search for what I want to watch. Honestly, Malaysian culture, ew. It really depends on what content you consume, right? Recommendation is gonna recommend what they think is what people want to watch, right? I understand algorithm is like but like you can still choose what to watch. You can still ignore the recommendation. Sorry, not trying to misgender. Sorry, bro, is the way to chat. Well, that's fair. You might as well like Dingo Doodles. They have a series of D&D videos about the monkey worth anger issue. Monkey worth? What's it again? Dingo Doodles. I mean, honestly, I watch Vibe Check because there's Zuri in there. I mean, who doesn't love Zuri, honestly? Oh wait, that looks funny. Fool's Gold. Oh wait, they have a dragon? Look at that. Look at that thumbnail. Wow. I might watch them. Holy shit. I want brain rot. No, don't get brain rot. It's scary. It's scary. Other content creators are reporting the same issue. I mean, obviously, because it's something that's happening. I just launched Ember Isle and I don't know how this happened. Brain, how do you manage to do that? Like, how do you manage to break the game that? Oh my god. Shit, I don't know what to say. I've not seen the new series yet. I need to do that still. I mean, the new Fool's Gold, right? I might watch it because there's a dragon-like creature over there. And you know how much I like dragons. Game is held together with old glue. I played it, nothing happened though. I played for 19.3 hours and I had no issue. I got a glitch once in the shop where giving a custom order would softlock me in a cutscene. Wow, holy shit. I don't care. Like, Ember Isle is still game of the year to me personally. Dragons are awesome? They are, yeah. Fool's Gold Sense is a new one. The first one is called Fool's Gold. Oh, okay, okay. Oku is tasty though. I mean, they do have... They do have kind of a smell to them. I've been booped. Oh, hi Daisy. And here I was to pop all the balloons. I did pop the balloons, but I got destroyed by the balloons. Hey, boop my boop my peppers. See, I can control the poops. So many boops. Yeah, balloons were too strong for Kobold. Go to bed or I'm gonna eat you? No. Oh, at least not yet. Don't have anything against it. It's so cute and they're working on them. Yeah, I just hope they fix it, you know? But it did suck. Oh yeah, totally. When I see that, the game's gonna suck, yeah. Also, hi Daisy. Cobalt friend. Oh my god. Hope you're doing good, Daisy. So many boobs. Get the odd occasional bug where when haggling I give them the price they want and they get mad and run off getting the price they want. Never had that. Can we watch an episode of Henry's Kitchen? You got it, boss. Yes, of course. Oh my goodness. Of course we're gonna watch an episode of Henry's Kitchen? Are you kidding? Let's go. I mean, 16 hours ago. We're one from 16 hours ago. Fuck yeah. Yeah, new one. Vegan shish kebab. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What is that? I'm already scared. Fuck. Oh no. Delicious.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today I'm going to be teaching you how to make the authentic Turkish shish kebabs.
Damn. I want authentic shish
The word
kebab.
kebab comes from the late 17th century, probably originating, meaning a pointing of someone at your stick.
Oh hell yeah,
Let's
from
get started.
Wikipedia? Fuck yeah. Hi Roland.
So, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to wear some kind of protective gloves when you're
Is that
making
chainmail?
sharp knives. I have a glove made out of chainmail, which might even be too
What
much,
the
but I just like to play it extra safe. So we're going to start by
Yo, let's
mincing
go
our
with a
onion here.
chainmail. Oh hey,
So
that's a good
starting
mince.
to cool down a little bit where I live here. It's still not cold enough to go to the beach. I only go to the beach if it's super cold. That way there's nobody there.
Yeah, true. I
It's smart,
respect
'cause
that.
when you think about it, what dumbass is going to go to the beach when it's super cold?
I mean, going to the beach
Dice
with
the
this.
red peppers and the green peppers,
Yeah.
and then finally the yellow peppers.
Violate the yellow peppers.
So I use a Turkish mincing technique called rotation, where you literally rotate your body in a semicircle formation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. Yes. So safe. Henry, you're so safe.
Okay. Now let's start laying out our meat product here. I'll be using a plant-based ground round for our dry portion.
Mm-hmm.
And for the wet portion, I'll be using a Beyond Beef ground beef substitution.
Uh-huh. Welding mask. So safe.
And you just want to combine them. I like to start by taking a scoop of the dry and then laying it over the wet.
That...
And then you just want to knead it into a ball.
Isn't that litter
You know,
box?
just a little tip for some of you out there that live in
Yeah,
the
that's
city.
a pooper
If you're ever
scooper.
walking home and you realize you don't have a weapon, you can usually stop by a thrift shop and just pick up a cheap frying pan. That little trick saved my ass a couple of times.
What trick? I didn't hear it.
Okay, I've got a cast iron skillet here, and we're just going to put it on medium heat. Let that get nice and hot. So I've got some
Oh,
tongue compressors soaking in water
Henry's
here to
kitchen
make
is a parody.
makeshift
Don't worry, I
skewers.
know it's not real
And
like
we're gonna
this.
poke these through
Yeah, Henry's special.
a
Henry's
ball
special.
of meat, and then
Oh my
flatten
god.
it to make our kebab. You can start with just 2 and see if you're hungry after that.
I'm so hungry, Henry.
So now we're just going to very carefully lay our kebabs on top of our skillet and let them start to cook.
Oh my god, it's so
Watch
cute.
out, this is going to be hot.
Yeah, it's very hot.
We're going to leave our meat on the grill for about 5 minutes. That should be enough time to start making our onion salad. You'll probably want to suit up for this one.
Yeah. Protection. Very important
So
stuff.
I've got our onion and some parsley here. We'll start by dicing the onion.
Yeah, dual wield that shit. Let's go, dual wield that shit.
Add in the parsley.
Chop that parsley up.
Drizzle it with olive oil.
Okay. The Turkish technique,
And then
rotate
we'll put
the
this on
body.
the plate to form a salad bed.
That salad bed looks so depressing.
Okay, now we're gonna flip over our kebabs and let them cook for another 5 minutes.
Are those mittens?
She was my only true love.
Yeah.
She
No. Oh my god, Kitty! This is the best video ever.
ever need. But now she's dead and buried.
The music is kind of scary.
The willow tree.
Should I be scared? That's not a kebab.
Okay, so now we're just gonna add our meat on top of our bed of
That's not a
onion
kebab
salad.
anymore.
And voila!
Voila! It's so good.
100% vegan, authentic Turkish shish kebabs.
So authentic. Eat it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, hey, I want to say a special thank you to Sinem, Yulakaya, and Haki Ken Endioglu for requesting a Turkish dish this month. And thanks to all the patrons at patreon.com. And if you want to get an apron or cookbook or see a live show, please check out henryphillips.com.
Yo, more
Thanks,
power
everyone,
to you,
and I'll see you
Henry.
next month.
More power to you. Look, if
Made me feel whole, and when I felt she'd hold my hand when nobody.
fuck, I have to watch one more. Fuck, that looks so good.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to
Hi,
Henry's
Henry.
Kitchen, where today we're going to be making Henry's burritos de huevos con chorizo,
Damn.
or chorizo and egg burrito with scalloped corn. A lot of people don't realize that once you've wrapped any kind of food into a flour tortilla, legally that makes it a burrito. So literally any kind of food that you can imagine, if you wrap it into a flour tortilla, it's going to be a more impressive international dish that you can impress your friends with, or just yourself if you're going to be making food for yourself on a Saturday night. So let's go ahead and get started.
Okay. I love the delay cut always.
So the ingredients we're going to use for today's recipe are 3 cubs of corn, 1 onion, 1 chorizo sausage, 1 plate Triscuits, 2 salt and pepper.
Excuse me.
So the ingredients we're going to use for today's recipe are 3 cubs of corn, 1 onion.
You're telling me that's a sausage?
1 chorizo sausage. 1 plate Triscuits.
1 plate Triscuits? What's a Triscuit? As a Malaysian, I don't know what that is. And that sausage, I don't know what that is. The fuck is a scallop corn? It's been mangled, but this is sausage? They're crackers?
2
Okay.
salt and pepper, to taste, vitamin D, grade A pasteurized milk, 3 corns, 1 tablespoon butter, 2 eggs, and 1 tablespoon granulated sugar.
Uh-huh.
We're going to start by shucking the corn. You just want to get all the leaves and the hair and whatnot off of it.
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Looks very normal so far.
And you basically want to slice from the top in a downward motion.
Oh.
And let the corn just sort of fall onto the plate.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed. I went to the Whole Foods to get groceries, but I also asked the lady behind the counter
I don't
if they
think...
had batteries. And she says, "What does this look like to you? A Radio Shack?"
Yo,
I guess
you
everybody's kind of a
go,
dick now, ever since
you go, Henry. You go. That's beautiful technique right there.
Parchment paper, and we're gonna lay it over our corn. And we're literally just going to grab a shoe or any kind of pounding object, and we're going to start pounding into the corn to crush it.
Let's go. Oh, kitty.
You probably want to do this in the daytime so you don't wake up the neighbors.
You're probably going to wake up the neighbor, though.
Okay. We'll put this in the oven for 20 minutes at about 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, we can start working on our sauce.
Okay.
Start by dicing the onion.
You're
You
not
can
being
use a knife,
safe,
but
Henry.
Since this is going into a sauce, I'm just going to do it by hand.
Oh my god.
We'll crack 2 eggs into a mixing bowl. 1/4 cup milk.
That's a milk?
2 tablespoons butter.
That looks like yogurt.
Add in some stoked paprika. Add some cumin.
Cumin, let's go.
Add in our diced onions.
We love our cumin.
Now let's just stir it up.
Paprika.
By the way, if you want to see really good looking people, go to the Whole Foods before 8 a.m. But you got to go there early because after that they're all gone.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Damn, look at that cumin working.
So we want to break open the outer casing, and then we just want to squeeze out the inside part.
Is that how you handle sausage?
Add in our egg mixture, and now our corn should be just about ready.
I'm sure.
Oh,
it's cremated. What?
shit!
Yeah, shit. Let's go. I'm sure that's salvageable.
Looks like I overcooked the corn a little bit.
That looks very cooked. Yeah.
Probably salvage some of this.
That works, Henry. That works. I believe in you.
Shake it off into our chorizo mixture.
God, I love you so much,
We're gonna let
Henry.
that simmer for about 10 minutes, and when we're done, we're gonna put it into a flour tortilla, so we can enjoy our burritos con huevos de chorizo.
I cannot catch that.
Help me make it through the night, 'cause I am tired
Kitty.
and alone.
Yo, wait, Henry is a Twitch?
Help me make it through the night.
Henry blows the kitchen, he's a god. Henry is a god. He's god, he's on Twitch? I'm gonna go find his Twitch immediately after this.
Okay, so the last step is we're gonna pour out our chorizo filling onto a flour tortilla.
Oh, it's wet!
I'm actually using a flax tortilla from the health food store because I have irritable bowel syndrome. And then you want to fold it.
That looks
from
like
the
a beef
bottom,
jerky.
And then tub one side underneath the other, like so.
Yo, listen to that.
Now
Listen
that
to
should
those
stay
squish.
together. If it doesn't, you could probably find a toothpick or something to hold it down with.
Yeah. That looks good.
And there you have the chorizo and egg burrito. Thanks for joining us here on Henry's Kitchen today, everybody.
Hell
As
yeah.
always, I want to say a special thank you to all the patrons at patreon.com/Henry's Kitchen for supporting what started out as a dream.
The
and turned
Triscuits
into
never
a
like.
reality.
Yeah, they.
Have a
Henry
great
forgot about the
month, everybody.
Triscuits. Henry, where's the Triscuits?
'Cause I'm always coming in last place and getting dirt kicked in my face, and everyone pushes ahead of me.
Alright, what's your... Damn! Henry popping off! Henry's singing? Oh, I muted the tab.
Health problems recently. Computer, volume 10. Computer, is Bob Seger still with us?
Bob Seger is still alive. He is 79 years old.
Maybe that was all. He just turned 79, and that'll put you in the news. It's amazing.
Good banner? I know, that banner looks so appetizing. Oh my god. Like, oh my god, it's so good. The Triscuits are for you realize that what you made is inedible, so you just have to the Triscuits after. Last live 2 days ago. This is huge. We might be able to catch Henry's stream someday. Then we have what? What we have? We have $1 and some leftover food in the fridge. Oh, thank you, Breen. Although knowing him, he'll try microwaving the Triscuits and leave them in for too long, they'll catch on fire. There'll be a cremated Triscuits. Raid Henry, no. Henry's not even streaming now. Any chatter here? Oh, it's a follower only chat, that's fair. Yo, look at that. Oh my goodness. So appetizing. What did he use the Triscuits for? He didn't use the Triscuits at all, yeah. I'll rate him viewers live. I would too, honestly. I would too. While you're watching, we're watching Henry's Kitchen. Have you watched the Tutakan? Story Cream Mochi? I'm sorry, I have to watch. Crimes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Henry!
And welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today I'm going to be teaching you how to make Henry's strawberry cream mochi treats.
Yo, I love mochi. Mochi? Oh, that's cool. That's so cool.
Chewy and delicious. Taste the treat that the samurais used to say was a gift from the gods. Let's get started.
That's Daifuku.
Gonna start with 70 grams whipped cream.
I'm sure
Computer,
Henry
how many
will ask
cups
the
is 70 grams?
Half a cup is equal to 4 fluid ounces or 118 milliliters, according to the standard formula.
I didn't get that.
Then we want 68 grams Greek yogurt. Computer, how many cups is 68 grams?
There are 0.272 metric cups in 68 grams.
Then we want to put it all in a piping bag.
Just put it all.
Next we want 55 milliliters of strawberry jelly. Computer, how many tablespoons is 55 milliliters?
55 milliliters is about 3.72 tablespoons.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We want 240 milliliters strawberry milk into a measuring cup.
A canned strawberry milk?
Add in some sugar.
More sugar?
Then we'll stir it up. You know, mochi actually dates back to 12th century Japan when samurai warriors would choose their wives based on tasting her mochi. So if a woman's mochi tasted good, she'd be married and it would increase her family's social status. And if it was bad, she had to commit a ritualistic suicide known as seppuku. We'll set this aside.
We don't need to know then.
Okay, in a regular sized mixing bowl, we want to add 200 grams of glutinous flour, which is a special kind of flour that's really sticky. Pour over the strawberry milk mixture. We're going to put this in the microwave on high for about 2 minutes.
2 minutes on high, okay.
I also want to mention for those who have asked that for a limited amount of time, the Henry's Kitchen signature aprons are finally stocked.
Yo, let's go.
In the store. You can find the link below, as well as the cookbooks Volume 1 and Volume 2.
We have merch now? God damn. 10. Oh, you're using...
Okay, so the consistency of this is going to be very chewy, so
I mean,
we want to take
that
the
looks
outsides and mix
okay-ish.
them. Ah! Damn.
Ah, damn, okay.
So I've oiled down my workstation here. We're just going to lay out our dough. Fuck! So you just want to knead the dough.
It's so
punch it a little bit.
It's so moist.
It's actually a good stress reliever.
It Oh yeah, I'm sure that.
And then once it's well kneaded, you just want to start elongating it into a log formation. And then we'll use a dough cutter to slice it into 10 pieces.
It doesn't look too bad yet, I think.
And we'll take these segments here and put them under the rolling pin and get them nice and flat.
Oh, it's sticking to...
So now I'm just going to drape the flattened dough over a little round cup and try to form a cavity where we're going to be putting our filling.
My cheek hurts.
And then we'll take our yogurt bag and just snip off the tip.
Too much.
And literally just squeeze it in there.
Okay, I mean, that works.
Do the same with our jelly bag.
Man, that
Top
looks...
it off with a little more yogurt.
That looks
And then
delicious,
just seal it
goddamn.
up. We should be able to make about 10 of these.
Yeah, I mean... That doesn't look too bad, actually, you know? It's just so funny the way he does it. The way he does it.
Help me make it out of bed.
Kitty!
'Cause I am scared.
Oh no! Henry, that's not mochi!
Help me make it through
Oh,
the day.
And there you have Henry's strawberry cream mochi. They've got a very
My stomach
unique,
hurts, what the fuck?
chewy consistency
Uh-huh.
and are delicious.
Oh yeah, that looks very delicious. Fuck yeah, I would eat that.
Thanks for joining us here on Henry's Kitchen, and if you want to know about live tour dates or merchandise, you can
Live
see the
tour.
link below. And thanks as always to the
Wonderful catchy
patrons at
peanuts.
patreon.com
I didn't hear that, I'm
Henry's
sorry.
Kitchen for making these videos possible.
He has a live tour! Damn! I'm scared too, Henry. Close enough? I mean, that doesn't... It's not as bad as that tortilla. It's decent recipe, terribly executed on purpose. Yeah, Henry just... in all seriousness, I know this is all like just a joke video, but man do I love this. I'm sure Henry can handle himself in the kitchen. Alright. Henry knows what he's doing. At least you can tell he knows what he's doing, otherwise it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah. I like to imagine this is not a character. True. Maybe Henry's not in a character. This might be what Henry does, you know? Another one, again, it's 8 p.m. I'm so hungry. And then me keep laughing. It's like I'm making myself more hungry. Why not we watch it tomorrow after we play Rivals of Aether? We can watch this together more. Oh man. Oh god, I love Henry's Kitchen. Pampika coming. I mean, love me some cumin. Cumin spice. Now that is some good stuff. Alright, now there's fighting going on again. I'm feeling lightheaded. I'm laughing too much. My cheek hurts. You could suffer in the rain world. I could, but I don't think I'm ready yet to go back. Headcanon. He orders lots of takeout. Probably. You could like come in potato wedges. So good. Yeah. Agree. Come in. Ah, that was good. Love me some Henry Kitchen. Alright, I mean, I already do all the plugs and everything, so I guess we can just straight raid after the raid message. We're gonna ask Merc for uppies. Of course we're gonna ask Merc for uppies. Nah. Fish something tasty. I'm fishing too. Maybe I can fish a demon Kobo. I got 2 Eevee booty today. The game is trying to tell me something, isn't it? Trying to give me Eevee booty, huh? 2 of them in the same day. Oh my god, why is the wall so... Why is red? Everyone's so big. It's a big red. Ooh, keys. Alright, I'm just gonna... Brick. I'm gonna type in the raid to Merp. Yummy keys. They look very yummy and they sound very yummy. Oh, next has got the earth. Look at that kilogram. Oh. Now Breen can drive. Earth is apparently worth 17 gold. Yeah. I mean, would you buy Earth if you can? For 17 gold? I probably won't. Too much responsibility. Alright, I'm ready to raid. And tomorrow, I think next week we'll continue playing Rain World then. This week is just all about Ember Isle and Rivals of Aether apparently. At least Ember Isle I can sort of... I'm feeling slightly more chill with Ember Isle now. Not too much brain rot happening, so... blessings, right? So, tomorrow I'm probably gonna do a little bit more Rivals of Aether too because of fun. But I don't know if I'm gonna play for a long time because, you know, getting beat up for straight 4 hours is not good, so... we'll see, right? Hi Juno. We're gonna raid out. Wanna go raid another kobold together? We're raiding to another kobold together. Oh my goodness. I came too late. Oh, at least you came. It's all good. Get that kobold. We're gonna get that kobold. I type in raid, so I'm gonna go get food now. I'm actually getting very hungry, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobold loves y'all. Eh? Here comes the raid to Merp. Time to meet cutesy Kobold? Yeah, Merp is also pretty cute. Thanks for pet on the snoot. Enjoy your food here. Thank you. I'm gonna enjoy food. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Appreciate. And the pets too. Oh my goodness. Pet my snoot.
Yep. Kobo. Fuck.
Pet my snoot. Oh yeah. Now that Whoa, thank you again, Whoa, for buying me wet fishing. I really appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. I didn't expect that, but still, thank you, thank you. Now that I've went fishing, I'll try to find a day of stream where I can sort of host a Discord hangout where we play wet fishing together. I think that's one thing that I want to do. I kind of want to do something for my Discord server because my Discord server has been like quite. I mean, I've been pretty quiet, right? I'm very quiet when it comes to social medias, including my own server apparently. So I kind of want to maybe do some wet fishing together if I can. Yeah, I'll plan around it. It's probably not gonna be as extravagant, but it's just a little bit of a hangout. Maybe even take some pictures together if we can. I don't know if I have the rate message on. Do I have? Yes, I do. Okay. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. I'm late on this. Bye bye. I'm too late. Bye. Bye.